morning. Allow me to throw a few logs on the fire, and we're going to fool around with Godot today. There's a couple of things I mean to try. A couple of things where I think I'm figuring out I am doing it wrong, or at least doing it in a way that I'm not getting the gains that I would like to. And so this might not be the most efficient day, which is why I'm starting kind of earlier. But we'll see what we can do. And I can also answer questions for people and stuff, because that's how that normally goes. It's like I'll be doing stuff in Godot, which I have here. But then at the same time, if people want to ask stuff about plugins and things, that's completely reasonable. It's a fine time to do it, seeing as you've got me online and stuff. So we are looking at stuff in my bot class. So remember the last time we left off, we can run this game, and I've got some of this stuff figured out pretty good. We've got all these little guys moving around. We can zoom right up to them. At the moment I am showing the bounding box. So if we see that there, it's actually in the opposite extreme of the universe. We don't see any of these because I've shut that stuff off for them at the moment. Chad M, why yes. But more than that, I want to also instance bots, and I'm going to tell you why. Right now, I have got this stuff going on where these things can go sailing off in various directions, and guys like this are sort of just moving around. But when they're going through there, you see that it briefly turns into a square and then back into a circle, and that is because it briefly turned into, you'll probably see the same thing for this one. See, it turned briefly into a square. It's going from one side of the universe, depicted by this box, to another. And I've got code where I am scanning to see which is closer, the actual one, such as these guys here. I'm also zooming in on level of detail in that way. So if I'm at more of a distance, then they'll be a little bit more pixelated, zoom in closer, and we get a rounder thing. And we're doing all of this stuff. And then say if it bounces off, the behavior is doing what I wanted as well. But these are so close to the edge of the universe that they're bouncing through to effectively the other side, way the heck over there. And their behavior is working reasonably well. But there's something I had not taken into account with regard to how this works. Actually, there's a number of things I'd like to take into account, but see how, oh, now it's took off. And we're not seeing the phantom identities of these guys because we're not instancing them so big. And there's plenty of room to figure out ways of making like better looking asteroids and stuff. Honestly, if they're fully moon-sized like this, that's not all that bad. But it would be cool to have more texture in there. And the way these are being rendered, I keep regenerating the asteroid's geometry each time. So I zoom in real close to it, and it has lots and lots of polygons. But then if I go farther away from it, it's gradually going to cut back. Assuming, of course, I'm running that part, because it's possible I'm not. I do know, however, that the bots are mostly in like 1 pixel form, the way I see it, and the ones that we see way off in the distance are just placards. The reason that they can come across as little squares is because what I'm showing them as is not even geometry anymore. They turn into just a billboard. But there's a catch. Let me show you the catch. We're looking at the catch right here. Turns out, having lots of nodes in the scene tree is a bit of a pain. And look what I've done, inadvertently. So every time I instance one of these, it has this many nodes inside of it. And these are fully nodes, even though they are just billboard textures. So there are a lot of ways to deal with this. Here's one of them. The idea is to be able to use rendering server for this. And in fact, I found a fellow, this is Chevifier, and this is apparently a encouraged way of looking at how to do this. Look, I'm already way beyond the 8-ball. I'm trying to use just a simple billboard to represent all of these things. But what I should be doing is maybe just running the rendering server and telling it to draw either billboards or full-on, like, I can run full-on mesh instances. This is not a very difficult one to do. It's a very, very few polys here. And the polygons in this are lower weight than the nodes in the scene tree. So when I generate 600 of these, and I have like 27 nodes in there, suddenly I have 16,000 nodes in the scene tree. Now, if I'm not digging through it and exploring it, I might be able to get away with not paying attention to that, but that is part of what is causing this to chug. And so one of the things that I'm going to do pretty much immediately is I want to get rid of all of these, not only there. I don't need to do it in Player. Player doesn't have that many nodes, and there's only one of this. There's only one of this, and I'm actually not doing much else with it. But even if I make more mesh instances of this and have that be different, all that's going to happen is there'll be one more node on it. But here's what's killing me as far as getting performance out of this. Hey, CF Bear, I sure am. Or at least I'm trying to. I'm doing that thing where I've spent some of the morning looking at other people's YouTube videos who are maybe not as flashy with the YouTube videos in that they don't necessarily have a wood stove cam, but they're way better at figuring out how this stuff works. And it's given me an idea. So essentially what I'm looking to do at this stage is, one of the things that I'm doing is instantiating another mesh instance in collision shape. These are basically the same. In fact, they're referring to the same thing. And I'm just manually making one of these, and then I'm switching it to the position of these as needed. But what I didn't consider is that that just makes every individual one of these have a cajillion nodes in it. And that turns out to be a problem. So first thing I'm going to do is ditch the additional collision shapes and things for rock, because the native one that we have should be all I need. And I don't seem to have extra mesh instances in there. And I need to figure out how to refer to the data I'm looking at here. See? And it's a pity because I'm wasting all of these, but maybe I can just put them in as twinkling stars in the sky or something. I don't know. I have this billboard anyhow. It's a little tiny picture of a moon. And so I can put those somewhere or something. I'll figure it out. I can instance billboards, maybe, and assign this to them. But right for the moment, see, there's 18 of those all by itself. So if I save that, and then I know that the code for it isn't actually referring to anything, this stuff is basically longhand and referring to a node each time. So that more node overhead there. For finding out whether a position is closest to the player, I feel like I'm going to be able to do that better. So this is startup, basically. And then I've got a whole elaborate system in here for figuring out how to make that work. And we're going to straight up replace it. Here's our, it's doing the geometry over again each time. I don't know whether I'm gaining or losing by recalculating this all the time. But we are doing that in ready. So we're doing this relative to rock size. And I'm currently not doing the thing where I try to make multiple ones of these, or have them be multiple ones at different sizes. Oh, and don't worry about asking on the other topic. Like I said, I am here online so that if you need to catch up to me and ask me something, you can. So I do not know what VCA DBX style smack is, but I'm working on new compressors, so you might be in with the chance there. I would probably, in looking for anything, rather than trying to identify given hardware from the past that it's supposed to be most like try my newest thing and see whether it's doing any good for you. Currently, that's the most recent version of Dynamics. So play with Dynamics, see if it's doing anything useful for you. Because what that is, and I have a new Dynamics coming, what Dynamics is multiple Bezier compressors, which is not what a hardware style does, but it has improvements over what a hardware style would have. And I've been forced to update it, like literally the last couple of days, for my efforts with Console H and Console X2. And as of this morning, I have done that. And so now I need to do the GUI for all of that stuff. So there's my recommendation right there. So here we have process counter. And pretty much all of this stuff is tracking where a given node with its own position in 3D space is. What I need to be doing is running a little array that steps through, like some of this stuff that I'm talking about. There's a guy that I recently started to follow. I don't know if I have his, or if maybe I can load up his video. There we are. Live stream still running. So this guy's doing work with the Godot rendering server, and it's going really well.
Today I'm going to talk a little bit
Here he
about
is.
rendering server from the rendering pipeline, right? But at games, we're not building here that has SM4 splits. You base OD that the engine gives.
So he basically showed me this stuff as well, draw calls and things. And I went looking at that and found that the nodes I had in my scene were astronomical, and then I figured out why. And so that's what I'm doing today.
Run current scene. The mesh example I've got set up.
But this is what he's doing with
Run
rendering
current
server.
scene. Take a look here. Now what we noted.
So that's presumably his multi-mesh example.
So that might not be entirely ideal.
But he's doing this stuff where I wonder if he is a good YouTuber, he'll end with a really spectacular example. May or may not.
Lots of things. It's
I'm zooming in and trying to find the spot. See what you see here is the same problem I'm running into. Tasteful thickness, you should look into Airwindows Consolidated. Airwindows Consolidated encloses pretty much all the plugins. It is available in VST3 and Clap and stuff. If I was to port the standalone ones to VST3, technically now I can do that. That would be like a year of work. So that would be perhaps too much of a delay considering that I'm trying to get console H out. But yeah, here is him showing what it looks like when you have instantiated a new node for each one of these things. And it kind of chugs. It starts operating very slowly. Whereas for that...
nodes here. We're not managing all the overhead associated with the scene tree, so we skip that.
And this is basically just the kind of stuff, I guess this is not the perfect example for that. He's also advocating for a manual level of details. And all this stuff is very neat, and it's a little bit over my head. But I will, rather than start a new tab, I will close his tab and get back to what I was doing. I need to learn some of these things rather than just watching other people's videos on stream, although I know that's an entire genre of YouTuber. Or indeed Twitch streamer. Twitch streamer, not screamer. Well, I suppose some of them are Twitch screamers as well. So let's go to Rock and start right off by selecting a bunch of these, and everywhere it's talking about get node mesh instance, I don't want that there anymore. Even if I'm running it efficiently, those do not exist anymore, so I'm not going to want those. But I am going to want these, and I am going to want to run them in process counter. And you know, I've got a bunch of cases now that aren't actually included in anything. But if I should be able to run this and it'll still work. Because I don't have those nodes and I'm also not talking to them. However, I stand corrected because I now don't have my rocks there. So it's time to go and find out why. Possibly, let's see, it's a null reference. What part of this? Oh, I do know that I didn't have a collision shape 3D2. So that might be enough to knock it out right away. I'm also going to scale these down a little bit. I do intend to continue trying to use this technique. Funnily enough, look at that. I don't need that. And that ought to hold it. So what this is doing is it's running in process, although I could also run it in physics. I've been looking into multi-mesh, and I'm not sure that's going to work as well for what I'm looking at, because bear in mind, what I'm doing is very easily specified. Let's quickly run this again and see if it works now, seeing as it was trying to call a node that didn't exist. And that's presumably enough to make it not appear at all. And now it does. So this is in the right direction for what I'm trying to do. And in fact, we can now bunk these into the other wall. See, there's a wall. And then you look over to the other side of the universe and see that it's showing back up. And then the way these are moving about, they're going to be kind of teleporting from one side to the other. And half of them are going to stick through the wall before they do. But first things first. Oh, I went to the wrong... Well, no, this is a fine place. So as long as we're doing that, we can do the same with bot, because look at all of these. So this needs to become programmatic. I am not in a good position as far as having so much of this running as individual separate nodes. What I want these little objects to do is have as few of these nodes as possible while still working. And what I can do here is ditch all of this stuff, like literally all of it. 18, that's not even the full number that I need. I think it's more like 27 to cover every possible separation. And I'm going to need to run a little thing that iterates. And doing that, even if it looks kind of busy, is going to be less dense than running all of these individual nodes, instantiating all of them. So in our node world, we're going to want this stuff to be less heavyweight, essentially. And all the rest of my code should still work, excepting... And now we've got everything scaled back. See, player is going to have more stuff on it. This has a certain amount of stuff on it. This is relatively simple. That's relatively simple. It's all having all of this stuff here. So this is all running in the 3D engine and it has physics models and everything. But funnily enough, I probably would be able to have it rotate at this stage, but I'm not that worried about that at the moment. And then here is where we're going to start running into crashy problems again. So some of this stuff needs to go away now. I need to go to Rider and make sure that I can access all of the things I must access here. So we took away this stuff as needed, but it's still teleporting from one side of the universe to the next. This has a lot more going on because this is fully doing its thing where it's keeping track of an instance in each cardinal direction, including, like left, right, forward, back, up, and down, and also a goodly number of the left plus up, left plus down. And it's doing that all manually. And it's checking it all using process counter, so it's checking it all manually on the assumption that I don't need to do it every frame, as long as I do it often enough. That's also why stuff flickers into looking like a square and then not. And it's going to stop doing that, but then we're not going to have anything visible outside the universe extremes once I've done this updating. And then we'll replace all of this stuff with a entirely separate behavior. So let's see. Now this stuff, none of it's named correctly. It wants you to rename. I guess with this one, it wants to have stuff be capitalized, camel case. It has strong opinions on how things are meant to be. Oh, and then instance field private, that one wants an underscore, but this one wants a capital. And so on and so forth. I don't know what the rules are for that. I'm considering them to be basically suggestions. And this we're fine without because that was reducing the number of variables everywhere. And we no longer have these, so these all need to go away. But we do have the base mesh instance, so we do have that, and that's how we get it figuring out what its brain is and where it wants to go. That's still there. That's still there. This, on the other hand, there's no mesh instance 3D2 anymore. I don't have an additional instance anymore. I do still have the base version, so that is going to be the same, whether or not it's doing exactly what I want. And then none of this exists, because this is all about trying to set the existence and the collision of the phantom one that's going to end up being represented basically by instancing. And I may have to do that in the physics engine as well, but so far the physics engine doesn't need this instancing. We're not ever using the collision shape outside the realms of the known universe. I don't think those are that heavy either, but in fact, we're using none of these things. So process counter is going to become a lot smaller very quickly. Here's the bit where we're resizing it depending upon how close it is to you. That's still legit. This is, okay, that's doing a thing where we're going to keep this and simplify it because we are not going to have mesh instance 3D2 anymore. Now there's going to be reason to repair this. We can still use rough distance. In fact, that's how we decide what these are. But now nothing appears as a phantom any longer. So we're still using this level of detail. I also don't know whether this is efficient to do or not. I just know that it's working to cut down the size of this sphere mesh. So the question there is like, can you redefine bot geometry every frame? Is that a bad idea? Is that like way more expensive than just having the full-sized one? And there are ways of dealing with that as well, like having limited numbers of level of detail, and then only changing it when the level of detail actually changed. What we're looking at here is fairly often it's just regenerating the size of that. And we don't want that necessarily. Interestingly, we should be able to take that and plunk it right into the rock. So, and by that I don't mean the wrestler, I mean plunk it right into this code. Oh, did I include the case? I did not. And here I don't actually have rough distance, but that can be fixed. Fairly straightforwardly. I do have to declare it as a variable, but That's exactly what I'm going to want to calculate. The thing is, once I'm finished with it, I'm also going to want to check whether rough distance is actually closer to one of the phantom images that gets produced. And I'm also going to want to have the collider be the closest to the player. Even if you're on the boundaries of the universe, so half of the things that are close to you are actually phantom images. So we should be able to do that. We need to update these case statements even before going and doing rough distance as a variable. That is the correct number of these, so we can bump that up a bit. This is an interesting detail that might be worth doing. So what this is doing is, this is another adaptation. Let's see how well this fits. Okay, that fits. And what that's going to do is, if I have a rough distance variable, which I will momentarily, comes from here. We will even take its initial startup. And put that in rock as well. So essentially what that's doing is, it is going to bump its update stuff way back for stuff that's on the other side of the universe. So let's see where we're at the moment. Have I deleted all the things I need to delete in order to have it actually run? Well, there's one quick way to find out, is try to run it. Okay, I see one Guardian, I see no rocks, and I see no bots. So we gotta get this going, and it's going to be complaining about not having objects. So maybe node CD is trying to refer to things that no longer exist. Line 51, you say? Oh, bingo, bingo. So that killed it right off. I don't have to worry about dealing. This is also going to speed other things up a little bit. I also do not have Mesh Bullboard XP. Those were all instances, but they don't exist. So we're not going to refer to them. That seems legit. We only apply it to the basic one. That seems legit. That was enough to stop everything, I think. However, I'm not entirely sure, because we don't have rocks running or complaining. Still don't have it. Okay. So what's up with this then? Are we still having errors? We are. So 84. Interesting. I bet we're still, yep, I bet we're still looking at stuff like, there we are. So this needs to also be deleted. Neat thing about it is I only had to assign to Mesh Bullboard once, and it ran fine. However, now we get to see whether it runs and whether we get, also I could make all of this into a separate class for like restarting the game, because game is being started on ready, but I could have there be like a loading screen and stuff. Anywho, Let's quickly run this and see whether we got anything happening. And we have this not updating to more geometry, which might be fine. We do have lots of bots flying around, but now we can't see them past this border. We can fly right up to it and see that here is how this is now working. If stuff goes through the walls, we can't see it anymore. This is going to be causing everything to run at much higher frame rate than before. Like, one of the things we've got going on is level 300, but we also had numbers of rocks. And we can have a comparable number of rocks to a number of bots now, because it's probably still going to be able to run. And once we have that, we can go even crazier. See? We are still getting marvelous frame rate, even though these are all physics objects. And I can bounce them around, and the bots can bounce them around too, so you'll see them moving. I also could do with making them be visibly larger. So we've got a rock size. Oh, I bet I know what's happening. I need to copy the code that I had up here. Because I'm still shooting for being able to use different sized rocks. I'd like that to be a little more personal. In fact, I can do that here. Why not have this be an int? That's going to mean, yep, we seem to be doing them in order. It doesn't matter. That's presumably still going to work. I guess I'll find out whether you can multiply by an int. We clearly don't need it cast because we're full on. And the nice thing about it is I can keep track of whether that's actually a change or not. Hey, Jorg. In fact, this might be a good thing to put in bot as well. Assuming I say assuming and then immediately begin trying to calculate how this is going to need to work. Let's find out. Oh, I've made a silly mistake. So here's the trick. It needs to be divided by rough distance because rough distance is a larger number when you are farther away. So we got that going on. And I need to not have it be literally 0. I don't think that's going to be any too happy if I start feeding values of next to nothing into it. So what we're going to feed into it is something else. Oops. There. And this we can now copy over. And the nice thing about that is, let's see now, firstly, and do this. And then we'll quickly run it and see what it did. It might be all screwed up or it might be fine. Oh, this is not happy. Check that out. We have scary flashing stuff, and I bet I know why. We could maybe try using a larger number and see if that helps any. And I think precedence of operations might be helpful to provide a bit of a hint. So we're doing 256 and 128. That's arguably too much. We're working with integers, so it's kind of going to matter. I feel like if I am taking rock size, dividing by rough distance, it becomes a tiny number very quickly. So what I'm also going to be looking to do once I've got this part sorted out, again, this is my minimum size. It's sort of fighting to make an even more minimum size. And we now have a default that is not an unreasonable number, but it is also clearly not going to larger sizes, including when I go right up to it. So something funny here. I should be able to make, oh no, wait, I know. See the error that I have committed? The result that I want to return from here is actually the largest one rather than the smallest one. So I'm amazed that it ran at all. Let's fix that, then it's going to be very different. I do tend to do that from time to time. I like type in literally the wrong thing. Okay, now I bet this is going to be pretty intense. Even though rough distance. Oh, hey, it's jittering and woogling. Rough distance does not seem to be a very stable amount, does it? It's purely visual. So that's amusing, but not at all what I had in mind. Are we even calculating rough distance? I think we are. Yeah, okay, so rough distance has to be at least 1. It's distance divided by 2, so we're getting that to be smaller. Each one is distance to player. It's reassigning it for each process counter. So what I don't know is why it's jittering so hard, but there, oh, and also our process counter is reacting to this too. So minimum is 25, eh? I'm going to maybe make it run slower now. And we're going to see whether that does anything useful. Kind of doesn't. I can't believe that that can be particularly helpful, that it's jittering like this. It's not actually changing, and we're certainly getting good frame rate for all that this is complete nonsense. Well, I'll tell you one thing that I could do is calculate that immediately before using it. Let's see what this does, if anything. Didn't help. We're definitely getting multiple sizes in here, but we're also snapping back to a much smaller size constantly. So what's going on with that there? It may be, but that's not what I wanted. Could it be that these are not unique to the scene? Can we tell this to be see the physics body local to scene? So I'm trying to instantiate some of these only once. So mesh instance local to scene. So this is creating only one of these, even though the physics of rock is unique, mesh instance is not. So essentially, every time I update any given one of those, it is updating all of them. I bet you that's what that was. So what was happening? Let's see, I will jump back in. Let's see if that one change made it act different. What was happening is for every single iteration, are we not able to run? There we go. For every single iteration, it was updating it to whatever the relevant answer was. See, this one's very close, and so it has lots of vertices. So is that. And then we can see off in the distance, some of them are a lot farther away and they have many fewer vertices. But if we fly to this, it starts suddenly having more vertices. Takes it a while. And now the one off in the distance doesn't have as many vertices. So now it's working. So that was what was happening. Mesh Instance 3D was a single thing without any uniqueness to it. Every single one of these had instanced its own personal version. That implies I can put this back because that wasn't the problem. Oh, there we go. I feel like I can calculate rough distance more directly. And in fact, remove this indirectness. Can I? Yes. I think that'll work. And then maximum number, if rough distance ends up being tiny, it can still process. So I'm going to go one larger than this case statement. And that stuff is still updating all of its relevant things a little bit more spaced out. It's reading any given thing, like it's reading position X and doing only position X related things, or position Y and doing only position Y related things. Also, let me, yeah, there we go. I could do with a little more warmth, so we're going to pull some firewood. Get that going. So the next thing we're going to do is incorporate that exact thing into Bot. We may be able to do some fun things with rock size as long as we're dealing with it in that way. I'm not entirely sure of all the details, but that don't worry me. And once I've finished doing that, I am going to run astronomical numbers of these little guys. Because then I'll be able to, because each of them won't have as many nodes inside them. Later I can figure out how to do the instancing thing. That is, I would enjoy being able to do that today. I don't know if I'm going to be good enough to get up to that. I am at least finding things to do. So there is that. So speaking of which, I'm wondering whether like inverse square rules mean that what I'd want to do is grab a square root every time I do these. I do know that we do also get to do that. If we do that, these rocks are going to be very different all of a sudden. So that's faster to calculate. And what that means is everything turns into a cube immediately. That's my minimum cube right there. So if I get close enough to one of these, nope, I can't even get close enough to one of these. But we've got some of this stuff working properly, so at least I got that going for me. I do like the level of detail crushing we have there. And now everything is turning back into cubes again. A relatively speedy rate. So here's the thing. My distance from all of these is simply too great. It's never able to make it become a sphere again. Divided by rough distance always amounts to it's just too much. Unless we are recalculating things. Like let's put this back to 56. And we're going to see what happens when rock size is what gets drastically changed. If this works, then we try different sizes of rocks. It is possible I just gave it a problem. Like rough distance might be starting out as far too large. So what could be happening here is it is now decided that all of these are absolutely enormous. So that was weird. Let's see if we can get closer to one of these and have it suddenly explode outwards into an enormous detailed sphere. That would be a no. Okay, so I'm on the wrong track here. Let's never mind this. It's only one call, so that's fine. We've got very coarse functionality here, so how about starting it like this? Rock size is now 100. See what we got. So one of the things that I would like to do is go into the mesh instance 3D and go into its texture and have the micro texture be scaled according to this as well. And one of the things I've done is slowing it down enormously. So that is arguably not awesome. Oh, hang on. Okay, that was a mistake. Don't mind me. We are contained in the middle of a bunch of impossibly large spheres. So that doesn't work. Well, I had problems doing one thing. Let's try doing a different thing. Don't know why you filled in that there. Suddenly, it's a square root, so we are not dividing things by nearly as much. That should give me some very detailed spheres, and it's not going to be overwhelmingly over large. We've also got a pretty good frame rate considering that these are way more detailed than they need to be. There's lots of polygons in these. So let's boop this through the edge of the universe. Boop. And we can see it sort of in the far distance there. And it is a near perfect circle, so this has far too many vertices still. It's running like a dream, though. That, at least, is pretty cool. So we will chop it down quite a bit. Run it again. If we can get that to work, then we can also use the same code for the bots. And they still look like they have an awful lot of vertices to me. I'm kind of loving it. It looks great, but at the same time, I'm looking to... So let's watch for this one as I yeet it through the wall. Boink. Are these ones way off in the distance, as I've got many of them, looking a little bit more polygonal? Not really. So one of the things I'm doing here is also operating on the basis of I can override bots also with this. They are currently using code. I can run many of them, no doubt. And if I get this code right, the bots simply don't use the multiplier. So I can probably just use their code directly. Or rather, I'll be doing their code and not times rock size, and that will help. So let's see. Decimate it even more. I mean, it should work. I should be able to basically run exactly up, and those look considerably more polygonal, so I'm getting into the zone. They also update rather quickly. So zoom in. So what I can do is calculate the level of detail there, and then if it is not actually returning a new number, then I assign what that is. But if it is not returning a new number, I don't resize the actual polygons. So this is getting in the zone. I think I went too far, so we'll do 32 and 16. There. And then this is what's going to return a different value. So what I need to do is make a previous rough distance. That'll be fine to start with. And then for this stuff, we're recalculating rough distance, but only if we actually have a new thing to do. I did not figure out that I wanted to enclose that stuff in there, but whatever. We can make that happen. Only if we have a new value. And that is indeed what I wanted to do with it. So yeah, I mean, since these are now integers, it's probably already not rendering outside the view frustum. I pretty much bet you that is, because what's happening is I'm just instantiating stuff tied to nodes, and this is not doing any of the rendering server stuff yet, and it's not doing multi-mesh in any way, shape, or form, so it's already not rendering all the stuff that's outside the view of the camera. It is already doing that 100% guaranteed. It's got that covered. Let's see what we've got now. Alrighty. So stuff sort of shifts to whatever size it needs to be. We've got sort of small shifts and polygonness going on. Probably I could run even more. See, you can kind of see the edges of the polygon. This is still not that big of a mesh. And the ones off in the distance are even cruder than that. See, sky way over there. Definitely not that many polygons, like double-digit number of polygons on that one off in the distance. So the level of detail snapping these are doing is kind of visible. So I can probably run even more polys on it than that. But one of the things I'd also like to do is see whether this can adapt to bot. So let's see what happens if we straight up just take this . It was 1 and 2, which appears to be more or less what I've got here. I do need to make a previous rough distance. I also need to remove the duplicate case statement. And then we don't actually have rock size here, so we're not going to use that. Pretty sure I had internal capitals there. Alrighty, and then what's our size? Do we even have a beginning size? We should. Okay, so we do that. I feel like I should be using what I have in rock, or maybe not. Maybe that's, since I'm doing the square root, maybe it just ends up being such a large number. Okay, now those will update a little faster. That's more or less the same. It's actually going faster than that, but I have more happening in the other one. Let's see what we're looking at. I don't remember where I've instantiated that in Ready. There should be something in Ready that's doing this, and yet, perhaps not. Yeah, it doesn't update it in Ready. Let's see if it runs. It runs. We sure do have a lot of these. Oh, our guys are a little polygonal looking. So what I'm going to do is wander through the asteroid field and go and find a bot that's not moving too quickly so that I can get close enough to it and see what its polygons look like. Because right now we've got everything so size crushed. Yeah, see, you get close enough to it and it acts a little bit spherical, but then it rapidly drops down to its minimum size again. And I don't want them looking like little diamonds. Red is clearly the bottom of the universe. It's what that color connects to. So this is probably giving me a lot of room to amp up the detail. I wonder if I can have auto LOD. Well, if I have auto LOD based on how the frame rate is doing, that feels like that's going to get into a weird cycle and do strange things. We like strange things. Let's do it. So what's going to happen is we have a default size that this stuff goes from. And it's going to be the same for rock, and presumably for literally everything. I don't have it happening in Guardian yet, but and let's see now. There's such a lot of things I'd like to do with all of this. I guess it'll be a matter of seeing which of them I can do. So what we're talking about here is how much is rough distance. Well, no, wait, it's not rough distance at all that I'm caring about, is it? Okay, never mind. Okay, we've got 32. No, 32. And we'll do that for bots as well. And what we're going to be doing, and we can try it, firstly, we will have it be our reference size. So where's ready? We don't set the size yet. We only set the size in here. So we'll be using that, and we'll be using it again. Well, actually, we're going to be using it slightly differently. And that should be still running. Yep, we're still running. And we have auto LED, which is causing the geometry to be very spherical for these giant planets here. These guys are staying as little cubes, because we haven't fixed that yet. So here's where stuff can get amusing. Process double delta. So that's not what I want to do at all, but it's something like it. Haha. So now stuff's going to get a little silly. I'm not entirely sure what delta's going to be, but I'm going to do 2 of these, bracketing a timing range. And those could also be in the case statement. I don't have to run them every frame. So if delta is less than, and if it's larger than, so what that should do is zoom up the level of detail on these geometries until the frame rate starts chugging. And if it starts chugging too much, they will get even, oh, it did not like that. Wow. I have miscalculated as to how many frames I have available or what my frame rate means. Delta is not what I thought it was. Okay, so elapsed time since the previous frame. Well, that's if delta is larger than that, LOD is getting smaller and smaller. Maybe I've got these backwards. No, surely not. Surely not. So if we do that, then what do we got? Are we going to have auto LED ending up as a tiny small number, or what? Okay. It's doing its thing. It's like a rough factor of 10 for frame rate here. So what's going to happen is if we have a lot going on, it should force the frames to crunch a little bit. The question is, how much do they need to crunch? Probably not as much as that. Okay, so auto LOD up with you. And then if delta is presumably delta, let's see what this says about itself. It's capped at a maximum of something. Can we get this to chug? Can we get this to do like 1 FPS by making too much geometry? We're about to find out. This is giving me lots of lovely round spheres, but we are in fact getting frame rate chugging, so that we're finding the range that this can be. So does that feel like 4 frames a second to you? Because I'm telling it only at 4 frames a second should you slow down. And we're also getting lovely round asteroids everywhere of far more polygons than they need. So we're starting to zero in on what this can be. Let's make it chug at less than that, and then let's apply this to the bots. They'll have their own auto LOD. So I don't currently have that updating. That is relating to it. Well, let's see what this does firstly. I just added only that, didn't change anything else. Okay, now we are chugging just a little bit, but on the other hand, these spots look more spherical than they did. Depending upon what we're doing, sometimes it's chugging and sometimes it's not chugging as much. One thing that is happening is that we are not actually, some of this is only happening when we hit a new level of detail location. So that's causing a problem. So what we're looking at here that can start as 32, it's fine. We're only updating the size on process. So what we could do is just make it be a little bit more strenuous. Like oh, I know what I could do. So here's something I can do. There, now it's taking that into account for its calculations. And let's see about moving that code over to Rock. Or can I? Yeah, I can. No, I can't. Hang on. We'll just refer to the larger one. Look at me, I did not even update that, did I? Well, that will suffice. Don't mind me, I'm selecting things all willy-nilly. That's not necessary. Whoa, up. You just did the wrong thing. There. There. It seems really insistent that I won't be needing that, so I guess we'll find out, won't we? And then what are the numbers I'm using? Okay. Now let's see what we're looking at. Everything inside is sort of plumping out and becoming full-sized. Yep. And this little fellow looks lovely and round. Question is, are the ones off in the distance more round than they need to be? Because now we are kind of updating on the fly. I do feel like stuff is crunching a little bit more than I enjoy here. I like the look of it all, but It's definitely looking a little chuggier than I like. So this may mean time to fool with some of this. How about that? There, now that should be holding to a solid 20 frames a second or so. And it'll also not try to become quite as flashy as it had. And sure enough, so our constant changing of poly sizes does seem on the visible side. But we do have a lot going on. It's just a question of how fast does everything need to update as we approach it. And that applies to the bots as well. Okay, I see polygons on that. Those are meant to look a little more round than that. Up. Zoom close enough to you and it looks round, but then immediately reverts to squarey. So in theory, I can nudge this around to meet the needs of which individual thing there is. So we can allow those to be bigger. To some extent, I'm not enjoying the geometry jumping around like that. Oh, there we go. Okay. So now you look like a ball again. So far, so good. Is it going to go far away enough that it turns into a geometry? Okay, that seems pretty legit. These update fairly quickly. And when you approach one, its sphericality seems good. Although we're changing around so much, oh my god. Okay, so this is messing with the looks of, oh, look at that. What's going on here? We have gone into the land of everything being a big square. It's not quite a cube, but it's getting there. So at this stage, we can no longer manage a frame rate to keep the asteroids round. And that's probably because other things are ramping up. So what were those numbers? Maybe since the numbers got different, maybe these numbers need to be exactly the same numbers. And also, let's run it in process counter. Half the problem is these are happening too often. Like that. And that one does have a 6, so we're going to update that and have it be 8. That should make stuff jump around less when it is off in the distance. Alrighty. Let's see what mess we've made now. I think I've not removed all of the updates of it. Okay. Oh, hi. So things are woozling a little bit. But our numbers are nice and smooth for the time being. And everything looks round. Oh, that reminds me of the dumbest, funniest joke I ever heard in the Goon Show. You know what the Goon Show is? It's old British comedy. Ooh, more firewood. So the Goon Show is old British comedy. Harry Seacombe, Spike Milligan, and Peter Sellers. Yes, that Peter Sellers. The Pink Panther Peter Sellers. And there was an entire whole thing about how people were going to kidnap the moon. Something along those lines. This elaborate nonsense about the team of villains, Gripite, Thin, and Moriarty, who's another guy in the show, were going to kidnap the moon. Or actually, no, they were going to find out if the moon was round or square. And so they are sneaking up on the moon. And some of them are trying to kidnap it, some of them are trying to find out what shape it is, something like that. And so Eccles, one of the Goon Show guys, is going, "Oh, here, I just saw the moon through the clouds. Did it look round? Yeah, but I don't think it saw me." And then the show basically ended at that point, because what are they going to do to top that? So let's see. First of all, did we remove? We did not. We did not remove that. Did we remove it in this? Yeah. Okay, so now we've got a couple of these things to deal with. And let's see. Autolog ++ if the delta is really fast. And then we're probably okay for update speed here, although we could make it chug a little harder. So O2. So will be a little bit more challenging as far as bumping everything up to super high resolution. One of the things I wanted to do was fiddle with one of these settings. So let me show you what setting I mean. I'd like to see whether I can increment one of these in code. So here's the material. We're doing add UV2. I don't think that actually is going to matter. Okay, so hang on. Firstly, here's our mesh. This mesh has a second layer of detail on it. And is it part of the transparency or not? Here we go. So I would like to update UV to scale in a particular way. Let's find out if we can do that. UV to scale. Much like how something like albedo, you got albedo color and can update that. So you have to pass this a vector 3, but it only uses 2 of the bits. And I've got it at 16, but here's the thing. I'd like this to scale related to how big the rock is. So that scale is being updated. Do I have UV to scale in here? Nope, that's not how we do that. But I'm doing it elsewhere. So here's what's going to happen. Here's a place where I update that. Here's how I update that. Here's what it would look like if I stuck that in here. And like that. We're not doing this image. Can't do that, but UV1 scale, UV2 scale. Okay, in theory, that'll work. What it'll do is have the fine details scaled to how big of a rock we make. And that means I can also randomize that to some extent. So I think it does look a little different. Smoothing it a little bit. All of that is resizing things because I am so close to it that it is constantly updating. So I may very well be able to put in a maximum detail there. This might be so close that I'm just making an infinitely sized sphere here. I'm watching to see how it shrinks down. Maybe it doesn't. So, okay, rough distance. Min. Oh, for heaven's sake, what does it think it's doing there? That's crazy. It just started adding stuff. Went into a whole menu. Alrighty. So what would be a good maximum? Well, we can start at 32 and see what that gives us. Might need to go more, might need to go less. If this is too small a number, they're going to be all polygonal and stuff. Though we are definitely getting squished by multiple asteroids. They're definitely not all polygonal and stuff. So, oh wait, hang on. Rough distance should be max something. We're dividing by it. Always getting confused over this stuff. Well, if it's a maximum of 2, then what do we got? Because otherwise it's going to be like 1. What if it's a maximum of 4? What then? The purpose of this is to have it not be freaking out when we're real close to things. Clearly it's not worked. We also clearly have truly excellent roundness, so we have lots of polygons. Lack of polygons is not our problem here. What does it look like when we approach one real close? Okay, well, it's not woogling. Well, shucks, if that works, what if we have this be larger? I bet this is going to get things looking a little more polygonal, although I could be mistaken. I feel like I'm mistaken, so I'm misunderstanding something. Isn't that normally the case? So often that's how that rolls. We have enormous numbers of polygons here. Also, I should investigate some of these guys, see if they are being round or not. I mean, I'm thinking in theory, I will eventually get to, okay, so max distance 2 is likely to be a very large number. I should be able to put a value in here. Let's multiply by 4 again. Where rather than giving me all these incredibly smooth geometries, it will start, and sure enough. Now the trouble is, as it wiggles doing that, we can see the geometry changing. We've also not updated the same code on bot, so these guys persist in being completely round. I can kind of see the geometry changing there. Looking for the corners at the edges of things. I mean, it's working pretty well and looking nice at the moment. It's just a little puzzling as to, as to what it thinks it's doing. And also if it's max, we don't need to worry about that part. Now let's punch this into bot in the same place. I do believe that is correct. I'm not sure I need to use the get node. Hang on. Okay. Well, shucks, let's see if that works. Why do we care whether it's a mesh? It's at the same position as the node. Nice. That's not going to do much, but why not? Up. And everything's gone crazy. So presumably that's why not. How do I get my other thing back? What's going on here? You should not be a polygon. Okay. Or do I need the mesh instance in there? It shouldn't. We're on a rigid body. That's the thing that's moving around. Let's see if backing it down from 64 helps any. Well, alrighty then. Boop. Stuff is shifting around a little bit as it figures out what it's doing. We're not ending up getting very good resolution on these. But, oh, was it better for a moment? Are we having more res off in the distance? Because that's the opposite of what's supposed to happen. Okay, that guy looks round. If we hang out close to it, does that make it become more polygonal? Or is that simply a matter of the overall frame rate? We're getting some of the eventual behavior, though, of searching through the asteroid field for all these little flying dudes. Bouncing like a pinball. Okay, how about you? You are very round looking. You know, we might be, the question from earlier about frustum culling might have a relevance to this. If we go over here, where literally everything is within the frustum, maybe this will cause it to crunch down the frames again. Or not. Okay, so now Wrong place. Right place. The size of these got pretty unreasonable, so we're going to limit it to 10. But now we should be able to see whether the detail texture is being drawn nicely on these as they gradually come to whatever their appropriate size is to be. So yeah, smaller and larger. Ooh, I could also give their mass. They could also have relevant mass for how big they are. And of course, if I end up firing shots at them, we could have it so that you shoot one and blow it up, thus causing it to be multiple smaller ones in the same space. And that would become the asteroids game, except for not quite the same. Are we in fact applying this correctly? Okay. UV2 scale. That's what I'm looking for. Let's see if we simply hang on. So that's going to make it a lot more aggressive, scaling that up. No, it's not Airwindows Meter 3D. Oh, look at you. You're going very polygonal at the moment. I can only assume this is because we have a very low frame rate for a moment. Okay, so that's a very small fellow, so there's our density there. Oh hey, we have more of these than I expected. And that's going to be because we have all these bots hanging around. So that's small and that's big. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. And sure enough, that is a small detail texture. And then if we go to here, we have a incredibly small detail texture, so it is in fact working. Let's see if we can go even harder. UV1 scale should be what I need for the next stage. If even that. Oh, that needs to be capital letters. My apologies. Thing. And then this is no longer multiplied like that. Oh, hi. Are you no longer able to do this? What's going on here? Okay, you can do UV2 scale, but apparently you can't do UV1. Why? Normal scale is not actually what I'm going to want. Oh, lowercase v, fine. That's weird, seeing as the other one is an uppercase v. I thought I had it figured out, but apparently not. Let's see what happens. Should have large numbers of these guys floating around. We do. The geometry is all manner of things, but that's also fine. Get up close, and sure enough, that looks like a rocky texture. Scale is bigger than it would otherwise be, but that's probably fine too. And then as we zoom into a much larger one, yeah. Okay, so now I've resized this in such a way that all of the textures are, the base albedo texture is kind of too much. Like, it looks okay on a little tiny one like this, but then it gets repeated so many times. So what we're going to do about that is go with the square root this time. We're only running these once at startup. Oh, hi, are you not able to do that again? What do we need to be? We need to be afloat. There we go. For some reason, it's able to take ints, but not if you run a square root on it. UV shouldn't actually be having anything in it though, so. And we shall see whether it's telling the truth about not needing all of those there. And then we shall also see what the scaling stuff looks like. Technically, that means if the rock sizes are incredibly small, that would make it be a little smaller. So how does this end up looking? Tiny asteroid, much larger asteroid. Okay, so I feel like tiny texture maybe needs to be a little bit more prevalent here. There's ways of dealing with that. We will go back to here. We're going to cut down the bright albedo of the main texture. And then detail mode. I don't know what the hell we're rotating around. That's crazy. What have we got that can snap the viewpoint to this object? I don't know what. Whatever, never mind. That's zoomed in as close as I can go. Or at least it would be if I did not take advantage of the fact that we are apparently clipping through the dumb thing. I don't know why it seems to be doing this, but it will give us a lovely close-up view of this texture. Then we go to there, and now we can tell what some of these are doing. Like this is the blend mode. I should be able to draw this detail texture on here. Yeah, and UV layer. I feel like if I add it as brightness, we get to predominate more on that. A little hard to tell. Oh, and this, well, no, that's just my background texture. Let's quickly give it a save and have a look at what we're looking at, because we just changed the appearance of this a great deal. Well, darkness is space-time. And that shifting is geometry changing. I was looking to not have that be there, but if it's like working, I'll live with it. So I'm thinking for little tiny guys like that, I want it to be a lot coarser, so everything needs to be scaled a little bit. I don't know why that one in particular looks cool. Probably it's another tiny guy. Also, everything could be doing with a little more of a blue tint. It really could. It's part of why this is not looking right. So firstly, oh, I'm sorry, are you not able to do that? Apparently you are not able to do that. And now you're all upset. What's going on? Oh, do we have... Okay, I don't know how that happened. I think I just hit the wrong thing. There, now it feels better. That's not enough, we'll take it down even more. But then back over to here where we get to actually include some of that blue color. That ought to get it feeling a little bit more like it's part of the scene, because we have that background in there. All right, see you later, Chad. Our FPS is clipped. So now rock size is being scaled. And our things look a little bit more like they're part of this universe. Feel like we could do with scaling it even more though. Little bitty rock. Much bigger rock. Let's go for potentially even bigger. And all of the scaling factors go down a bit. Now what do we got? Extra little bitty rock, which is slowly coming to its size. And that is because we're looking off the side. Nothing's in the view frustum. Now everything's in the view frustum, but it's updating very slowly. I'm going to have to figure out why it fires off sideways when I go. But I'm fairly satisfied with the one thing I need to do now is deal with mass. Boink. That is the next obvious thing. Those are clearly the same mass, but they need to very much not be. So, rock CS, rock size, rand range 1/2. Okay, so my base node is the rigid body. Let's just go back and look. Here's my base node, mass. Okay. Three dimensions of rock. Mass gets to be 3 times rock size. That means the tiny ones are going to bounce off very easily, and the huge ones ain't going anywhere. We could also give them random directions and velocities, but that's for later, I think. And lastly, we finally get to see what happens when we have really large numbers of all of these. We seem to be doing a low-res thing at the moment. I'm not really quite sure. Oh, but not for the asteroids, clearly. So these should visibly show you how big they are. And that's also telling us I could be making these even more blue. I really could. Here's the little boy. Bunk. So the littlest asteroids you can get flying real good. Or at least you can if you can aim towards them, which is not very easy with my current manipulation of velocity. It's truly not going very well. So now, $600. Oh, by the way, I'm going to go and make a cup of coffee in a moment. Let's see how it's doing. They really have a tendency of wanting to be squares, don't they? But on the other hand, we're having a lovely frame rate. Look at how smooth that's going. Which makes me say, firstly, I should have a minimum of auto level of detail. Or at least not let it go so hard. So we'll start chopping auto level of detail for these only at about 10 frames a second. They may already be doing that, but so let's see, 32. What's our actual math do here? So divided by rough distance, and a minimum of 4 or a minimum of 2. You know what, I'm going to leave it as this. I should throw another log on the fire and go and make another cup of coffee. Yeah. These guys have a tendency of making themselves be extremely low res. Although they're moving around nicely. So if I keep going, do we start getting more in the way of polygons? These seem fine, except for that they probably need to be well, one thing about him, I just realized something. We don't need to lock them physically any longer, nor should we need to lock these. Now let's see how that looks. I do think what can be happening is AutoLOD is being made into a deeply negative number and then they're getting stuck at a small level of detail. I think that's probably happening. So I need to keep an eye out for that. So let's see, if we started at 32, we divide it by rough distance, which is next to nothing, then we get 32. Rough distance could be smaller than that even. 32 and 16. So I think it's bumping up. Well, that makes no sense at all, but whatever. And then a similar thing for the other extreme. And we'll see how crazy it goes. And then we're going to copy that over to rock. Because I am absolutely convinced that that's something that's been happening. Namely, if it starts chugging, the AutoLODs will all go deeply into the negative numbers and not be able to come back. And that's not great. So let's find out how it acts in this new condition, where both of these are updated, which means I don't need to have this be here anymore because we're not simply trying to force it never to do that. Let's see. And then lastly, what if we have 900 guys? Are we still going to have good frame rate? Because the eventual goal is to make these be running the rendering server for additional instances. Looks smooth as butter. More. Normally what this looks like. Okay, so let's get closer to the numbers that we were looking at when we had way too many nodes in the scene tree. This should stall out a little bit, but we'll see how much. And this is also going to try to crush the level of detail as needed. And it may not actually be able to start up at all, but we shall see. Aha, it started. Or at least, okay. Turns out 2,000 bots is a lot. So our level of detail stuff is really chugging. I don't think it wants to go there. Yeah, so 2,000, maybe not great. This looks about as busy as the previous ones did when I had like 27 instances in every direction, but this is only looking at stuff that is actually existing in the game. So that appears to be our minimum level of detail. Fair. I feel I could make it slightly bluer and be able to get away with it. Let's work on that. Let's also drop that to 1000 and see whether it runs any smoother. So bot collision shape. Nope, it's not bot I want. It's rock I want to work on. There's our mesh instance. Here's our color. Let's go even more blue tinged and a tiny bit lighter. And again, I need to throw another log on the fire. I need to go and make another cup of coffee and blah, blah, blah. But let's see what this does. We've taken it from 2000 to 1000. If number of bots is the level that you're at and you just add one each time, it would take a very long time to get to this stage. 1000 runs like butter. But you are not even remotely a sphere anymore, are you? But then that might simply be the level of detail stuff happening. Well, I can make it be a little more polygonal than that. Alrighty, back to number of 1000. Apparently I have doubled up comments, but that's fine. Interestingly, this is still forcing them to be little polygons. Also interestingly, I am puzzled. Oh, looky there. They are being affected by the bots, I tell you what. Okay, can I make this thing spin by scraping along its surface? Oh, I see somebody who is. Now, why would you be reversing direction like that, though? Well, here's a tiny asteroid. Loving that. So I'm looking for something like that. A tiny asteroid doesn't necessarily have to be that good of a sphere. Although, are these closer to spheres now than they were? A little bit. So yeah, the density of this is similar to what I had before. I'm loving how they are actually spinning the asteroids around. Because they will be ramming into the asteroids unless that... Oh, see? See, that guy was busily rotating the asteroid. They're strong. I didn't realize they were going to be that strong. I can probably reduce friction to minimize that. Because there can still be enough friction to do that. And my blue tint is starting to look better against this backdrop. So yeah, what's going on here is that these things are trying to fly through the asteroids, and in so they're pushing them, but they are rather high friction, so they have a tendency of pivoting the asteroid as they go. And I did not anticipate that, but it's kind of amusing. They're not able to move it nearly as well, but they're able to rotate it incredibly well. So what we do there is reduce friction. We do have bounce, so things get to bounce off of him. I think this corresponds to when it says local to scene, I'm pretty sure what that means is this applies to all the asteroids and I don't need to have a custom version for everyone. They do not have gravity at this time, but they could. So let me see. Firstly, we'll save that. In fact, let's make them a little bit more vividly blue, because that's not applying to the overlay texture, so we could probably get away with it. Overlay texture doesn't have its own albedo. Blend mode, mix, subtract means everything just gets darker and it's entirely multiply, doesn't really do much. Add only adds brightness. Let us see, and you don't get to tint it. And scale, well, scale is going to be relative to whatever the rock is, so that actually gets done on the fly. And then we run off and do this once more. I really need to throw another thing on the fire. Again, I'm running 1,000 bots. I've never been able to do nearly as many as this. Huh. Okay, so add was better for these. No question about it. Quickly go and put that back. That's because this is a relatively dark texture, but it's still a more vivid shade of gray than the underlying really dim looking background information there. So albedo being there and the texture itself being kind of bright. It may be possible to improve this, but this is probably going to be okay. And then just for funsies, I'm going to back it back down from 1,000 to like 800. Still more than I was ever able to run before. And it'll probably fire up pretty well. is now a very small asteroid that is gradually getting to appropriate size. So these are kind of better off dim. Oh man, I made that guy spin like crazy. Yeah, the bots are moving these things around something fierce. Let's play a little pinball. Bunk. Yay! We got physics. Do we have bots that look like they are around things? Not quite, but not too bad either. Because we have like 800 of these guys. That's more than I would normally have. We can get everything within the view frustum this way. So all these dim little sparkling things are individual guys, and you're supposed to find the one that looks like you from all of them, which could prove challenging. So the part that's puzzling me is these seem so able to make these rotate. Now if I go into this one, I'm making it rotate a lot, but if I bunk into it directly, I'm barely making it move. They rotate way easier than they move. And that's puzzling to me. Also, some of them are very small. There he is. So I feel like some of the fun of this is I need to be able to shoot these and have them break into smaller objects. Surely that is the, oh my god, look at how many of these bots there are. Everything that is moving. Okay, so you know what? Let me find a good vantage point. Like perhaps on this side of this. And we're just going to watch them derping around while I go off and do my stuff, because I got to go and do some stuff. First, we need that wood stove. Yeah, this idea of having it be a really good screensaver, it's kind of important. I would like it to look cool. I think I need to work on the friction of these objects. Like, they're not able to move, but all of those bots, whenever they're trying to fly through the surface of the thing, they're dragging along and imparting this incredible amount of spin. They should be able to slide a little bit more than that, I think. also trying to think of some new things to do here in that so all of that is well and good. I feel like I should be able to feed in the rock number that we're doing. And so maybe we start out as just one enormous one, and then they kind of continue stepping downwards as you go. So if you have an extraordinarily large number of them, then there's a lot to think about. I don't even have shots going yet. Once I have shots going, that's going to become even more interesting. First thing you want to do is stop the spinning asteroids. That can't be right. Okay. That fire's going. I've got my coffee, ready to jump back into things. Typically in mid-afternoon, people start showing back up again. I feel like that was spinning. Yep, somebody must have bumped into it. It's rotating all of a sudden. Let's fly down here and say hello to my little friend. And sort of twirling and zipping back and forth, isn't he? Quick check on something. If we have incredibly low numbers of these, do we at least get a high polygon count? Look at you, you're right near the edge of the universe. Oh yeah, look at how much spin that gave on that. So now if I fly over to this, that is not actually as spherical as I think it could be. Far out. Why do you not have more polygons? Let's go and find out why I can't have more polygons. Are we simply not starting out with enough polygons? And same with that. Okay, here's my little dude. You still don't have any polygons. What up? You're also not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for green ripples. That's going to be elsewhere. Lilac, that's going to be basically brightest possible white, or very close to it. My thrust vectoring is not great. Oh, hi, here's a couple more. There's 10 of them, so I may be able to find the one I seek. Even though they woefully lack polygons. Are you green ripples? Where'd you go? Oh, I think I bumped him because he's rotating. Yeah, that wouldn't be the one. What's this fella? Well, I do see green on its texture. It's definitely not easy bumping these guys when they're up close. I feel like I need to implement the shots immediately even to be able to do this at all. Let's see if I can rerun it. Even lower level. We'll see whether we get any asteroids at all. And that is the Guardian, which probably is no concern of mine. Okay, we got 2 asteroids there. I feel like the roundness seems basically good. They're still way too capable of rotating. That's going to be a friction issue, I think. And all the bots are so far away, I can't even find any of them. Ah, there's one. In fact, that could literally be Deco. So they don't have to be this frantic. It's rushing about like mad. That just makes it a more difficult level. My hope is I can bonk into it and then demonstrate what happens when you win. Might be a little too much for me though. I will run it again and see if I can get one that's much easier also. But we can't type that, can we? Still not happy. Why you're not happy? That's why. So that should be very weird. An incredibly small world. Although not as small as I thought it was going to be. Interesting. There's a but. That's not what on the concrete. Maybe that is? No, that's not it either, is it? But how about you? Fly through the edge of the universe. Well, yeah, I will fly right there too. What on the concrete is too hard to find? Am I setting fog? Yes, I am. Okay, so fog depth and oh, what am I doing? That was a silly mistake. What do we get now? This might be a lot sillier. That's a lot sillier. Okay, so we can't run that directly. But if we scooch it just a little bit more in this direction, it's still pretty ridiculous, but everything's much smaller. So maybe I can find things now. Because their speeds are related to world size. So now our objects are much larger and they're filling up all the space. This one's called rust slats. I know that. I don't know what it's called. I bounced it and nothing happened. That blackness, that is the void. That is the guardian, which currently does nothing. I hit that one, that's why it's spinning. None of these are remotely the correct number of vertices, although this is fine. Man, do I have to deal with that I really have to do something about that friction thing. Okay, so I can find my way around in here. I can offset this a hair so that I can just assume that we will do roughly double the size and it'll scale. Sugar plum fairies. What's that one? See, some of these I recognize their names, and in a smaller area, you can more easily find and touch them. Yep, that was not the one. Nor is that. That one looks like sand. How about you? I think that's blood on the concrete. Yep, that's not the one either. That one's called Yowza, as you can well imagine from looking at it. Sugar plum fairies. It's not that. Nope, it's not that. Blunk. What about you? Nope, not you. It would be pretty weird if I do not have the counterpart instantiated in here. That would be kind of goofy. Nope, not you. And that is a rock, which is now flying through space, and you can see how it goes through the very constrained amounts here. What are you? You're not sugar plum fairies, are you? Nope. And then off it goes. So they're all going after things that are related to world size. World size is the size of this box. And I'm trying to do the actual part of the game here involving see, I know you are not. And you're like Ferrari yellow or something. Yep. I'm baffled. Let me try again. Maybe I'll reduce the number. Oh my God, okay, it made a huge one. These need to be scaled to the size of the universe, or they will become so large that they take over the universe. What are you? Nope. We got everything spinning real good. Heck with it. Level 1. In theory, also let me deal with this. And then I need another paren, and then I need to cast this to int. There we go. Now things should be a little bit more reasonable. We're on level 1. It's going to be a very small box. Very small asteroids in it, if any. It's probably 1. Yeah, there's 1. It's that. There's the Guardian. That is not the correct one. See, if I'm on level 1, I should have made one that was the exactly right color and one that is not, but I'm not sure that's quite what's happened. In fact, I see only one dude, and it's this one. So here's their spawn. There's our spawn for rocks. Guardian is all very well and good, but we don't really need it because it doesn't do anything at this time. It starts out as exactly in the middle. Here's player. Okay, hang on. Okay, this is supposed to create the counterpart. Maybe it's not running because we've put it after Guardian. Let's find out. Oh, pff. Well, that's where we clear anyhow. So that's appropriate. We're going to instantiate one, that's fair. Add child, that's fair. Mesh instance. This image should be the same stuff as in here. Mind you, if I have this wrong and it's failing, that would explain why it's not able to run. Ooh, look at this. Bot moniker file remove file length -4. And then we use that. But I remember seeing that the one up there was different. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Slow down. Let's not do that after all. So it needs to load this. There we're trimming suffix, so that's fine. Oh, well, I did one thing. I moved it. Let's see what happens once I've moved it. There should be one guy and then one bot that is the one that is my target. Target being green ripples, the other one being I don't know what. That is not green ripples. That would be the other one. Okay. We do have Guardian. I feel I have a unwinnable game situation because it's not showing the one that I must go and find. Let's double check that. I think that's the one called Sand. Oh. Yeah, I'd be able to see another one if it was, I mean, in a room this small, I would be able to see another one. My dude is not being generated. Do we have some kind of clear situation in here? That stuff works. That's different. These work, but the other does not. Why? Could it be because his brain is crashing? Or it's being positioned wrongly somehow? Well, I made a change. Let's see if it works now that I made the change. Who's in here with me? Anything? Ah. That looks pink. Hey! There, see now, it's supposed to look just like me. I don't know what the other one is either. We have playable. I needed to do this. I also need to deal with the impossible LOD crushing going on. Blood on the concrete. It will spawn it this time. At least it did last time, so it ought to this time. And I currently have it not spawning the other bots. That's interesting. That's also more polygons than before, but we're not updating them. Although this world is not large enough to update them very effectively. Oh, found. So here's one of the things I was going to do in the middle of doing all of this. And over to you as well. Friction of 0. Okay, we'll make them maximally bouncy and see where this gets. No friction, but all bounce. That's some physics engine changes. Nice, Chad. Excellent. Yeah, everything is more complicated than I think. So that is Art Deco Stucco Parrot. I feel like its level of detail is not really updating very much, but we can win. One thing I do not have going on is it is not seeking. What I was looking to do is have it act like the original one. May very well want to dim this down a little bit too. So that once you win the game, it has a toggle at which point all the bots should come and mob you. It's currently not doing that, and this would be a fine way of finding out. So let's see, I have a latched on parameter. So that's not working, and I don't know why. Since it's not working, I don't need it to be there. This should be running every frame. And this is causing you to flash at the same rate as the other dude. Unless it's not. Might be able to get a little more extreme with that. Let's see what it does now. One bot, it is named Rose Afternoon. It is not responding. See, if that worked, they would be orbiting me or chasing me rather than staying where they're at. So could it be that my win code isn't actually updating that anymore? I see a little lack of updating the value. There. Now get a load of it. I like shades. Hello. It appears to be you. Didn't successfully intersect with them. Boom. There. Now it's beating my head in. Oh no! I'm being sent through the asteroid fields at a high rate of speed because dude's chasing me. Except for it's going to pursue me from other directions, because if I go through the wall, it's no longer finding me correctly. But you can see that we are both blinking. So, got that part fixed. What if normalized? Yep. How's that? Is that enough? I could put back the other latched on thing. Okay, who's Lilac Goth? Are you Lilac Goth? Yes. Okay, that means that Lilac Goth is pursuing me, but all the other ones are not. And that was one of the ideas in the original counterpart. See, it's trying to hunt me. Oh no. So in that case, player 1 level equals true. Let's find out whether that works. Settle down, you. Doesn't know what it's doing. That actually was. Second try, I got it right. Fine, fine, fine. The fancy autocomplete, as long as it's not too insane, can have its uses. So this time, instead of having it update the velocity like that, we find out whether which one's patchwork. I feel like this is not going to be patchwork. Nope. But patchwork must be in here somewhere, because it'd be kind of lame if it wasn't. That's one thing I most definitely do not want to have happen, is have this game. Oh, there we go. You must be patchwork. Bim. Found. So if they find me, that means that everybody gets to pursue the position of the player, but they're doing it in a gentler way, so that works. And that means I can play it with larger numbers of guys, and it'll be kind of half decent. So level level 16. We still don't have much of the actual functionality here, but vivid. Are you vivid? I guess not. How about you? Are you vivid? Nope. Speaking of which, how is our moving and rotating these guys? Okay, that's maybe better. It's still a lot of rotational velocity to be adding. Okay, in search of vivid. Are we talking vivid yellow? No. Well, that looks pretty vivid. It's probably going to go right through the wall in a moment because its colors are so intense, and it's also going to be heading all over the place. In fact, even though the universe is very small, I have lost it. I think I just connected with them. How about you? Nope. So that's basically the idea, is you're bunking up against them. I think that is a more fancy name. That's pink. That's not vivid at all. That's an asteroid. Oh, hey, down in the darker corner, here's some guys. That's going to be rust slats, I think. That's a sort of bright green color. Could we be talking about vividly green? Could we be talking about some of these guys down here in the corner? Nope, wasn't either of those. Okay, that's a bold colored. I could well believe that was vivid. It's also going to be a bear to catch because its brain is such that it's going to be hauling ass everywhere. In every possible... it's going in every direction. So maybe reserve this for the advanced levels. Which way did he go? Which way did he go? This guy's going to be impossible to find. Maybe I wait for him. Nothing if not vivid. Maybe I try to randomly get one that's less hard. That looks like it's also going to be hard. Grotesque. Well, that looks more like a banana, so maybe that doesn't count. I know what that is. That's not grotesque in the least. That is a asteroid. Blink. Oh, hi. You might very easily be grotesque. Oh, lost him. Found him. See, this is why they need to appear in instancing. So I can't see where he's at anymore until he reappears. And he's hovering at the borders of reality here. Found him. Okay, now I see what happens when all of the various bots are actually pursuing me now, rather than their own little paths. This is like a chilled out version of what the other game did. They're probably all sort of making me head in a direction. And so that's what it looks like when they are all making their way towards me. Now I could probably override it so that the counterpart is extra eager about it. So the idea is you do that and then hit like escape or something, and then it will let you play another level that is one harder than the previous level. So that is not nothing. It's part of the mechanics. I'm going to throw another log on the fire. Make sure I keep doing that. We're holding out pretty well considering I'm not having to go through that many logs and it's staying reasonably warm. That's because it's not quite as cold as it has been in recent days. It's been real cold, but then it's warming up to only just about freezing. So this stuff is working. I'm still having issues with this, namely, nothing is the correct polygon count anymore. And I want to know why. It's really stubbornly refusing to, and this probably doesn't need to be redone. Here's something we can do. And technically I shouldn't need this any longer because we're doing a variable that's part of player. So technically we do need this, don't we? This is simply us blinking the formerly invisible player texture. So let's see, our auto LOD is doing this thing. This part's basically fine. So do we have differences in how we're doing rough distance? Process counter. Oh, hi, this needs to not be that. That needs to be that, and that needs to be that. So far, so good. Oh, or not even. Oh, 02. And 006. So why is that not giving me enough in terms of resolution? Here's our geometry stuff. Rough distance, max square root in 16. Max square root in 16. However, auto LOD times rock size versus not at all. And rock size is going to be a random thing. But we could be passing that in, couldn't we? Maybe that'd be a better idea. Back to Node 3D. Oh, I have a better idea. Go from there. Then, while that's not correct at all. That was correct. Okay. Now we're going to start with rocks that are presumably of some kind of size, or not. That is somewhat unexpected. Where's my asteroids? There it is. So we basically have one rock. We are still spinning it far too easily. So maybe what that means is I need to go and have a look at player's physics object. And player can also have no friction. I think at this stage, everything has no friction. Oh, am I still making the rock be a random size? I think I just set this up, overrode it, but then it's not actually using it. Let's double check that. Here it is. That's what's getting set, and I am indeed overriding it. How about no? It should be fine. Also, I was in the middle of trying to see whether auto LOD was anything useful. Well, if we crank that up, it gets to be a larger value, so we've got at least that going on. That's probably fine. I don't know, though. It's still a factor of distance, too. Okay, well, there's Guardian. Where is my asteroid? Supposed to be an asteroid in here. I was told there'd be an asteroid here. Also, my thrust vectoring seems all screwed up, and I haven't worked that out yet. Nor do I have the faintest idea what series of tubes is supposed to mean. Let's run it again and see if it does any better. Again, here we are with rock. Public int. Well, we can start it at size 1. Ah, okay. There is an asteroid. Seems to be an appropriate size, too. Already, friction seems to have been changed to 0. That's kind of what I was hoping was going to happen. Also, we've got a decent number of rocks in here. I'm not sure if they're really decreasing in size. And maybe I would like them to... Maybe I'd like them to. So back to our initial thing. So if rock size is square root world size, and that is not large enough, then what we can do is divide by 2. And we're going to have a very rapid fall off of size. And indeed we sure do. So at that point, then if we go completely crazy nuts bonkers, and we're on level 1000, which ran okay before. Build succeeded with the warnings, eh? There. Now we've got lots of guys. Our win condition will still work. We have no way of referencing which one we're looking at, except for we do know if we see multiple ones, we know that's not the one we're looking for, because there will be exactly one of them. But if it's called Great Chill, maybe it's going to be along this path. And again, we're still entirely in the box. If I go far enough, I can see the limits of the box, but we're not seeing the extra instances. And we are seeing that our little guys here do actually appear to be round now. So that seems cool. I like that. It is a large planet. I can bounce off it, but I don't think I'm moving it much. So one of the problems with using ints for this is I cannot have them scale in a different way. Like if these weren't ints, I could have them scale by like the golden ratio, and that might be a useful... Here's clearly our largest planet. So big it don't even move. Also the small detail on the surface of it, that's very small detail indeed. Just for laughs, we're going to change the code on this. And now, there's going to be a lot more of these giant guys hanging around. It's probably why it's taken so long to launch. Or not. I would have thought that our rock size was large enough that that would... Okay. The size of space expanded faster than the number of rocks we put in it. That's not necessarily bad. That seems fine. But it's producing a situation where this asteroid field, although there are a bunch of them, that is not so much in the way. And one of the visions of this is, oh, hey, look, it's the crazy asteroid field, and you're finding your way around it to find all of these little moving guys. Boink. Yeah, they are heavy. So there are ways of dealing with that, though. I'm not sure that's a thing. I remember looking in some of this code and finding that there were ways of expressing this stuff differently. In specific, I remember the rendering server stuff using a kind of for loop that wasn't what I was used to looking at. However, I am not, in fact, looking at that right now. What's the number of rocks in literal asteroids that you start with? What is it, like 3? That should work. There, I will have 3 of each of these, and they will all be nicely randomized, and that'll give me a lot more, while still not being too completely insane and overwhelming. Alrighty. They're all very heavy, so they're not being moved around at all. They're all different sizes for the most part. Bunk. Yeah, didn't move it what the slightest. Or spin it for that matter. The very smallest ones should be bumpable. Here's a very small one. Oh, here is probably an even smaller. Oh yeah. Bonk. See, you can get them moving. We could also have them get gravitational attraction to each other, and that will get messy real fast. We could also give them a vector to progress on. Or we could not bother with that. I do like the idea of them being in motion. So back to very small count, very small world. That is a more limited number of rocks, but all the same, that seems like that should basically work. So one thing about this is those could be larger. I believe I've got them as square root of world size. See, rock size, square root of world size. Clearly I can scale that up a bit. There's going to continue to be more space in there. Oh. Okay, we'll do that. So in a very low level, okay, I made it too big. Points for impressiveness, though, geez. We sure do have a large asteroid field. That's clearly no good. What happens if we just do 2? The idea being that you need to find your way around these rather than just never having them be in the way at all. That seems legit. Also, I'm going to be wanting to instantiate I'm going to be wanting to instantiate lots more of them outside the bounds of this box, which we're currently running around in a box. Ooh, fern-topped wall. See, I know what fern-topped wall looks like. That's one of those textures that I'm quite familiar with what it looks like. It's a gray with a little bit of green on it. I can probably find that. And this is fern-topped wall. Boop. It would be extremely funny if the asteroids also pursue you as you win. That would be terrifying. I'm being crushed. So here we've got a cluster of bots. They are all still compelled to be very pixelated, and I don't like that very much, but whatever. Maybe I can continue to work on that. Like, let's assume that this is mostly working fine. Maybe then I just need to force it to a larger number. So max auto LOD segments times 2. And then rings gets to be just not divided by 2. And that should help somewhat. And now let's see where we're at. I have no idea what basket weave was. There's fern-topped wall again. So this guy over here is far away. If I then zoom myself through the wall, it'll become closer. And will it have updated? I'm basically trying to see if I can get them to change geometry by approaching them. Oh, that was the one. So I won the level again. And they're supposed to be high res like the central one, but they're not. And I don't know why. Settle down. Opens a menu on me and then tries to do things with it. Boom. How are we starting up? Let's start rough distance up smaller. Let's see if we can get any of this to update. I'm not really quite sure why it is not updating. Liquid eye strain. Okay, I know what that... Oh! Hey, hey. That looks properly spherical again. Can I go far enough away from it that it'll be pixelated? I don't know. Possibly not. It might be a factor of literally how far away I am. I might need to play a larger level. much larger level. So there's an additional thing that I'd like to try if I can get this working. And we'll also see what those other edits we're doing. We still seem to have enough frames. That's one of the things that I can do, is I can force it to have less frames by just picking even larger numbers of these guys. But what I would like to do is go and find, for instance, the bottom corner, which I think is going to be this. No, those are round. They looked square because I was looking in the wrong place. And am I going to see any of these pop into existence with fewer squares? That, or I can go to the top of the universe. So they're supposed to be recalculating based on how near they are. Yeah, let's go through this zone to this other extreme. And do any of these guys seem like they have very, very low pixels? I'm thinking the ones that are coming through the walls here are supposed to be on the very bottom of the world. So far, everybody looks like they have plenty of polygons. And the whole idea of the LOD code is to be changing that on the fly based on frame rate and such, rather than just only sticking with exactly this amount. So I'm enjoying the look of this asteroid field, especially considering that I haven't instanced a damn thing. There's nothing on the other side of these walls. But once I'm finished, there will be like 27 different copies of literally everything in every direction, so it'll look way busier than this. But in order to do that, I have to know whether the stuff is working correctly. Somebody bumped me. Okay, so my assumption is that some of those guys are far enough away to not be registering. So auto LOD 128. We are ramping up auto LOD potentially. Maybe we don't need to go as high as 256. What does it look like if we don't? And then if delta is larger, then let's make it be real close. We try to crush them down. And this should also work in conjunction with rough distance. I had an idea for rough distance, but if this stuff doesn't do anything, there's not a lot to be gained by it. So let's see, who's a brightly colored bot? What corner are they going to? There's my top corner. So the hope is if I hang out over here, we're going to see ones pop through. And the deal with this is that if they pop through and they are very low resolution, it means they've been spending a lot of time as far away from me as they can get and have become LOD crushed. It could also be helped by having more in the view frustum. We're trying to go for lower res here. See, up in this top corner, these really dark colored ones were going to be showing up now and then because they're in the opposite extreme. Doesn't really seem to be happening. But one of the things that I can do is try to stomp on the frame rate a little bit by bumping up these numbers. So we'll go to half again as many. And I'm going to probably let it settle for a minute. So I'm going to throw another log on the fire while I'm at it. And we will see where that goes. It's definitely chugging more than a little bit more to try to start up. But we're managing it. And yep, we are getting lower frame rate. Since we are getting lower frame rate, are we adapting on the fly by attempting to have simplified geometry? Because it's supposed to be trying to do that when the frame rate gets real chuggy. Are any of these things doing it? I'm not at all sure they are. They look pretty full res to me. Granted, we have a lot going on here. Oh, let's go and look at some of these clusters of bots. One problem with this is these are not really capable of... I could lower the mass of these, I think. They're kind of not budging. See, I hit forwards and I go over to the side considerably more. It seems to not want to honor the direction I'm pointing, so that needs work too. Oh, that's very large. Look at the texture. That is a large boy. So I can think of something that might be fun to do there. The UV2 scale needn't be quite as hardcore as this. Maybe it gets to be just this, or even larger than that. Let's now go and see what that looks like. While I'm waiting for that, log on the fire. Our tradition of consuming firewood in this way. I've got such a lot of little small firewood there that I'm just going to grab some from over here. Okay, it started running. Alrighty, now what do these things look like? Large and small. Well, I see a huge one over here. This is going to be an extra large. Boy. What's your small scale texture look like? Oh God. Okay, that's not right. Oh, I know what I did. I have scaled it by only one. I need to scale it by both. Let's go back. See, there we go. That's what went wrong. Maybe we simplify it. Maybe we try to do it just like this. And let's pull the level number down here, just so that it'll start up a little faster. And back we go to tinkering away. Boop, now what's it look like? Okay, I'm liking that level of detail. Let's go find some rocks of different sizes. Again, I would not mind having these moving. It's just that that could cause some issues. That's a big rock. It's not going anywhere. Where's my biggest of rock? It's pretty decent as far as scale of everything is concerned. All the asteroids are way larger than all the bots, and I'm getting a perfectly decent frame rate. Well, I'm mostly getting a perfectly decent frame rate, even though everybody is a very good polygon count. Or are they? It feels like it's chugging just a bit. I'm liking the chaos of this. I just feel like maybe I need more asteroids. What can we do with that, I wonder? We could iterate by square root world size, perhaps square root world size divided by something. What would we be getting if we did that, though? Here's how I do this. We're not going to want to do that, but close. Or what if we did? That is going to make far more of the larger ones and far fewer of the tinier ones. And that will actually work. Horrifying though it may be, let's find out how horrifying it is. None of these are as hard to process as the bots are. We'll fill space with the buggers. Some of the asteroids will be small, many of them will be large. What do we got? Dun dun dun! Ah, that is a polygonal bot. And yet we're kind of sort of getting frames. Okay. Known space is filled with unreasonable numbers of asteroids. Okay. Well, we were able to process in such a way that we were able to place them. We placed them so good that they are already getting silly, doing crazier things, because that was amusing. That was on the interesting side. I can dial it back, mind you. But now to have even more fun. We are assigning mass. That could become amusing. Now everything has much less mass. Much less mass. Now stuff's going to get a little bit silly. And the question is, does this become amusing in a good way? Because we're going to start to see all of this stuff get active. Now, how active, that's another question. I am not entirely sure. What's going to happen here, but see, something moved. We're chugging a little bit, but I mean, look at all of this. We're in like level 1000. You work your way up and get to a zone where, and everything will be instanced in every direction, so it'll look even more intense. And you're still in the intention of going and finding one particular one in all of this chaos. It should become a little bit chaotic. What I'm wondering is whether I'm seeing everything moving. Because I feel like the bot should be able to get this stuff moving. There's a lot of them. They're chugging. There's a little motion happening. And these could all be rotating as well. That's just maybe. Let's quickly see what it looks like if you have a very low level. Level 10. Oh, hey, we have a bunch of rocks. We got that going on for us anyhow. I'm feeling like it may be amusing to get them all moving. Here our bots are sort of bunking each other at this stage. Are you waves of lime? Yes. So all the bots come to join me. The asteroids do not, but the bots will tend to push all the asteroids in my direction eventually. Let's test that assumption. Oh, okay, there they are. Let's go and find a suitably small rock. Oh, I just booped it through the wall. Well, that proves it's boopable, isn't it? So now, I go to the opposite side of the asteroid, and all the bots start booping it in a high rate of speed. So there was one further thing I was thinking about that I can probably test out fairly easily. My assumption is that if the distance to player is longer than a certain amount, you can just as easily use the opposite vector. And I want to see whether that works. I also want another cup of coffee, but I'm not going to be having that. It's too late in the day. Rinse out the final bits of coffee. So I can do this calculation on the fly, or I can make a variable for it. Ah, I am trying to already do that. Let's see if we can do it very aggressively. So what we're looking at here, if where player 1 level, target position equals where player position, so they pursue you. If target vector, which is position, the target position minus position, which is the direction we're going, is larger than world size times something, what's supposed to happen is it tries to go the opposite direction because it believes it can more easily get to you by going the opposite way and phasing through the wall. in theory, this works. Acceleration has a very relevant aspect to this. Ooh, what if world size? So that's going to do something. What remains to be seen? So in order to solve this one, I also now have to go and find checkerblock. And I don't have any hints. The game's going to eventually have hints about this, but right now I don't have those. So what's checkerblock? Is it a... It's not going to be this one, because I know what that one is. We may have them all trying to go to the outside edges because, well, I can override it and make them all seek me. What's currently happening is they are seeking every position that way. So this is basically making them go as far away from their target position as they possibly can at any given moment. So they're all going to be hanging around at the top edges of the screen. So in theory, I just have to hang around at the edges of the screen, and I'll eventually contact all of them because they're all being driven to these extremes. It's just a question of which edge is closest. I really would like to also try the instancing thing, but I'm not sure I'm good enough to do that. Well, I don't know what checkerblock looks like, but there are certain textures where I do remember what they look like, so I can at least run again. Okay, so rose afternoon, that is going to be a... Nice, okay. Now we get to find out. They're now all trying to chase me, except for they're chasing me in a way that involves going as far away as possible. That seems about correct for the behavior as I've designed it. I should be able to get close enough where if something approaches me, I'll be able to capture it into my orbit. And that seems to be working here. But then if I'm far enough away, okay, so what should be happening is this. If these guys are on this side of me, they're all trying to go towards this vector. If, however, I go through the wall, they've now gone there, and then they're being pushed away instead. See, they can pursue me till I go through the wall. And then they follow me because they were on the opposite side of the world and they were being pushed away. So the question becomes, what's the amount? Is it world size times 0.5? Because the thing is, if they're exactly halfway around, if you're at exactly halfway, I'm trying to think of how this will work. If you're exactly halfway in the middle of, say, a 2D square, target vector is going to point towards you. And if you're exactly halfway, it always points towards you, and it can't possibly be pointing towards the opposite side. However, if you're 2/3 of the way over, some of it'll point towards you, but if it's slightly farther than that, it'll have an easier time going the opposite direction through the boundaries of the world. Also, I feel like this. So this was target vector divided by target vector length plus 100. I replaced that with world size to see what would happen. It seems to have slowed things down a little bit. This stuff doesn't run very often, so I can get playful with it. Hello, are we not doing correctly? We need to cast it, don't we? Got there. Now let's see how we're acting. Changes to this may also make the bot zip around more eagerly, and that seems to be happening. That's moving at a good clip. Batix looks kind of like tie-dyes. And we're also moving the asteroids around a bit. So yeah, the way that works is if you're trying to go right here, then you hover around in this location, much like this blue guy is. If you were on the other side of the world like this, then you're trying to go to the space over there, and then instead you take the inverse position. And I feel like maybe I got the right value for that. Like, see, we'll bunk this guy until he goes through the wall. And then he tries to go right back, see? And then I'll try to come back again. He's sort of orbiting his target position, but that's fine. Actually, that fellow is picking up a lot of extra speed, so that's interesting. I wonder what it's going to take for him to settle back down again. I want to ram him and see if I can make it move even faster. Trying to figure out whether this is undesirable behavior and they need to be able to decelerate at some point. Because when they get moving really fast, it's not necessarily easy to deal with. And if they're orbiting spots in space at a high rate of speed, it's less helpful. Oh yeah, see, he picked up some speed there. I'm not sure whether multi-mesh will work for this, but what I do know is multi-mesh is, I think, another node, and I'm trying to cut down on the nodes. So let's see, we're doing that. Hang on. I've got those handy. I just heard some wind kicking up outside. Compare vectors. Don't think I need to compare vectors. Hang on. That's not the right thing to do at all. Well, no, that didn't work. Why not? Oh, because I didn't do that. Okay. So I should be able to run this and it'll be exactly the same as before, but now their maximum speed's going to be clamped. So I'd like to see how fast these guys move now. Right on. They're busy little guys that do some twists and turns. Or not. This one's fairly stable. Let's see how this one does at getting back to where it was at, because it wants to be here. Oh, missed it. It wants to be here. So instead of being there, how about you swing around? Oh, I just went down a little bit. It went back to where it was at. So that's more or less what they're meant to do. We're starting to see a little more asteroidal chaos going on. All these guys will throw the asteroids in all kinds of directions. I wonder whether I can normalize their motion. Let's find out. But not that. Instead, that. Now everything has to move. The only question is, what direction will it be moving? clearly normalized 0 is 0. So let's start everything off with the vector. Okay, I just did that. What I'm going to want to do is more like this. Hang on, how is that even? Oh, because I didn't copy all of it, that's why. Fine. I'm looking for a more useful parameter for that. Rand f. Ah, okay, that gives me between 0 and 1. Nice. That'll do. Hang on, do I even need to cast that to float? Probably not. There, how's that? Looks like it'll work. If that worked, then as I run this, everything is going to be moving in a direction. Sure enough. There, we got a randomly moving asteroid field. And then we can go beyond that and have a randomly moving enormous asteroid field. Get a load of, ooh. Can I do the same with rotation? One way to find out. Okay. Same deal. This just keeps everything moving. I could do whichever is the greater. But for now, we're going to just see what it does now that we have moving and twirling. Assuming it can do that. I'm assuming it can. Okay, our twirling may be a little bit excessive. But here we are with a very large amount of things. And yeah, I don't think we need to twirl as hard as that. But it does give you that sense of an asteroid field, doesn't it? I know a thing that I can do to help with that. I don't know whether we really need to normalize angular velocity. but I can scale everything down more in a little bit. There, a full range of between full speed and 0 speed. If that's not enough, I can multiply that by another randef call, and that's going to make more of a Gaussian distribution. Lovely. So yeah, I feel like maybe the twirling is still more excessive than it needs to be. But this is definitely in the ballpark. Or, oh, I think everybody stopped twirling. Okay, so here's a thing. If we can't keep moving or twirling, oh, I'm being encroached upon by a giant rock. Here's something we can do. We'll normalize but then you know what we're going to do? We're going to scale by rock size. So we do have rock size in here, yes? We are, okay, we instantiated here. Mass equals rock size, that's probably fine. We are going to keep it. We're scaling things based on it. We're scaling our textures based on it. We're scaling our collision shape, which seems to be working just fine. And now we are going to divide angular velocity normalized by that. Itty bitty rocks will twirl faster. Big giant rocks don't hardly twirl at all. That should look half decent. Because I wanted to scale it down. The size rock size gets up to. Oh. And then we started at full speed, so now we've just slowed way down. That's probably a factor. Oopsie, and we're still rotating a tiny little bit. You can just barely tell. So where's a bigger asteroids? For that matter, where's our tiniest asteroids that should be twirling real fast? Well, there's a smaller one. Yeah, it's visibly twirling. Cool. In fact, we could be a little silly. And do this. And then let's also incorporate that in the instantiation. Because it started out twirling too hard. And that is more consistent with the asteroids game. If I'm able to do a thing where you can shoot these and break them into smaller rocks, that's going to be very relevant. And it's the physics engine Oh, this is now chaos and madness. Cool, cool. After all, they can't hurt you. Definitely going to be a little chaotic, though. Oh, no. They're coming right for me. See, now you have to shoot them and smash them into smaller ones. But if you do, they get even more unmanageable. Okay, so I know a thing that I can do with this. We can scale all of this in different ways. These should be a lot more, and the great thing about it is that they will respond to collision and then take on the new direction that they're going. So they're kind of steerable. I'm not seeing enough of a size variation in here, but then this is a very high level. So there's a lot of these guys in here. I could do square root rock size. And cast it to float, as one does. Gets to be a fairly large number, so I see how that might be a thing. There we are. So I'm looking for a number of things here. One of them is going to be distinction between these different guys. That does look a little more chill. And when I say chill, what I mean is everything's still moving around kind of a lot. So what else can we do? So velocity times math square root rock size. If that was also divided by rock, so what's going on there? That's going to make the larger ones move faster. That's not really what I want. So how about I just dial that right back? We'll divide by square root rock size and see what that gets us. The larger ones will move slower, the smaller ones will move quicker, and it won't be too extreme of a factor. Okay, we've got motion. Feels a little bit like they're all moving in the same direction, though. Are those contacting or not? That's going to be one of the larger ones. Let's also fuss with the look of all of this. This is much more placid though, and I was hoping I was going to get something like that. Back into here, back into rock, which apparently has not been saved. Back to the mesh instance. Albedo color, you need to be more purple because I'm not getting the vibe of that, and you need to be notably darker. And then the other texture is being added to it, so it's going to be slightly less vividly purple now. But then it's going to be slightly more like in the dark. Quick look at, oh, well, while we're at it, how are we doing? Pegged out at 60 frames per second. I've got that locked to VSync. Suppose it would be amusing to see how fast it can go. And our draw calls and objects drawn are way smaller than they used to be. Number of objects actually rather large. Number of nodes still rather large. But then I'm running it on the large size. When I had all of those other nodes in the billboards, it was much prettier outside the boundaries of the box. But then it chugged at a certain point, and it still kind of is, but I'm hoping the instancing thing will help. Let's jump back into here. So I'm looking so that at a distance, these fade back into darkness, knowing that I would also like to instance other copies of all of these as I go. It looks almost stationary, but it's not. So let's go back into here and see what else can we do. So while total rocks is less than in count, math square root rock size. So that is making the big ones be more prevalent. I'm wondering whether maybe I'd like smaller ones to be more prevalent. You can play silly games like this to see what happens. What if instead, remember our level is 1,000, so this could get messy real quick. But it'll be filling space with all the tiniest of rocks. So, ooh, and I can adjust in an interesting way. But first, let's see what madness we've wrought. Oh no. So we are chugging big time because we're making way more of these rocks than we ever used to. Hit the brakes, turn around, and you can't even see the other side of the screen. There's so many of them. That's a little overwhelming. Plus there's lots of tiny ones. My hope was to be able to see some of the tiny ones that will be moving and spinning faster. But we are now chugging big time. Let's take a moment and see what it, okay, up to 11,000 objects. Still at 60 FPS. Well, hang on though. Does it only count if I run it in this? I guess we'll find out. It might only monitor from here. So now we are chugging big time. Nice, there you go. And eventually it will wake up. And here we are. We can still kind of sort of run. But this is arguably too many rocks. And the small ones should be moving or rotating, etc., more than the big ones. And I don't know whether that's happening. But with a bit of luck, we'll get. Okay, 16,000 objects this time. And FPS is most definitely, FPS is maxing out at 7 frames a second. Okay, so that's accurate. I believe it. I believe that. One draw call per object. Large numbers of primitives. Back over to here. So here's the thing that I can do. Rock size is always going to be less than level. I'm almost certain that is the case. Yeah, the way that works out, I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to be. So let's see how it adapted. I found the Kuiper belt. Yep, something like that. I also found that my wood stove is going dead again. So as long as we're waiting for that to start up. I'm rather gratified as how I'm not going through all of the firewood instantly. I'm still getting through it pretty good though. That should hold it for a minute. And oh hey, that did not reduce the number of rocks very much. So part of the reason I did so many of them was in hopes of cooling it down a bit. And I also wanted to have a, let's see now. So enough with that. So level minus rock size, that ain't gonna work. What if, oh hang on. We could do square root level and then work from here. Little math in there. That should cool it off, I think. Doesn't that seem like that should cool it off? Granted, square root level becomes a very large amount, but it might cool it off a bit. We'll find out. Okay, cooled it off so much there aren't any rocks at all. And we're running at a very high frame rate. Didn't see that coming. And apparently no arguments, it's just that rock size was larger than level ever could be. That shouldn't matter. can't do rock size minus rock size. If we, let's see. Oh, I know a way I can do this. I know a way I can do this. Count is a relative of this. If we do this, and then subtract rock size, which is changing, but this is not. I love putting in parentheses I don't need. Well, then we're starting at a number, and then count 0, count less than same thing, but then every step of the way there's going to be more of them as rock size gets smaller. Let's see what it did. This should make some smaller rocks and smaller singleton larger rocks. Let's see what it did. Hey, hey. These ones are approaching this rock. These rocks look so close together that they are touching. Big ones move and rotate more slowly. Now if I can find some tiny ones, they should be kind of hustling. This is looking like a pretty good asteroid field, especially if I get to multiply it in every direction. My only question is, can I heighten the amplitude of the little guys that are supposed to be moving much faster than the big ones? We've got lots more of the little ones. Do we have some kind of limitation where I can no longer make one rock size rocks here? I should be able to make a rock size of 1. Also, rough distance with the LOD is not really working properly, but at the same time, oh, hi. Rough distance for rock has a clamp on it. It doesn't get to be larger than a certain size. What are we doing now? Haha. We have forced it to become very low res indeed. That's supposed to be relative to how far away they are. Are you going to snap back? No, they're all super low poly now. Or worse. This one's a square. Some of them are at least more complicated than that, but that one is just a dreidel. See, it's mostly square, but it has pointy top and bottom. Yep, I'm looking for it to be at least something here. Don't I have a distance squared? Put a U in there. That might prove more interesting because we're forcing it to be a much larger number. And then we're going to divide it by a big number, and we still have our max. And max is going to tell us what its limits are. So this might also help us with the bot. What I'm looking to see here is a range of resulting, see, they're all going to snap to smaller sizes, and so is this. But I'm supposed to be able to go close to it and then have it be big again. And that is not what's happening. So under this circumstance, it's going to the lowest level of detail and staying there, but I'm supposed to be able to get close to it. Maybe I can't get close to it just because it's too damn large. That's a possibility. So let's see. So max of 256. That became very low level of detail. Divided by 256. Let's try to force it not to be a low level of detail. And again, it's the square root distance squared to, well, why am I doing that then? How about we not try to do that at all? There we are. So that may be a large number or not, but at least it should be different if you're close or very far away. We can but try. We may find out. But boom, start out at very high accuracy. And we are going to low res very rapidly. So we're supposed to be close enough to this that it is not going to be forcing a super low level of detail, and yet it is. Maybe it is simply because I'm constantly confusing max and min. Let's see which oh, are we freezing up? Beach ball. Oh, no, it survived. So if that's the lowest level of detail, max means it was being forced to be 256 all the time. Let's see now what happens if it's not 256. Are we in with a chance? Have I just done another silly mistake? Because I never can tell the difference between max and min. I'm constantly using the wrong one. If so, it may start working correctly. Okay, so those went to super low res. This, on the other hand, is not. This, on the other hand, is not. Oh, I love how these guys are bouncing along the surface. There's a little row of them that are going boink, 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 and then they're heading off. That's adorable. See? These little granite guys want to play on this asteroid. So now things are shaping up a little bit better, and I can probably do the same thing with the bots and run more of them. See, here we're close, and then off in the distance they're low poly. But I should be able to force the issue of making them turn, boom, like that. And then the ones that are nearby will jump to lower poly again. So that worked. That suggests that bot also needs to be updated because it's going to have the same problem. So we're forcing it to be 16. If instead we're doing min, and the same adjustments, actually, I can try to, give me a sec. There we go. That should come back. There we go. Okay, so squared distance does appear to, we've got these guys being good and these guys being good. It falls off fairly quickly, so it's possible that wanting to go for squared distance is not actually correct. I'm looking at the ones way off in the distance and seeing whether they look more like little cubes or whatever, but I can't really tell. I do know, however, that the ones that are faintly in the distance don't seem to be correct, so we'll try just the regular distance. Actually, no, the bots seem fine. The planets, maybe not so much. I'm assuming those, keeping those the same seem about right. Could be wrong. Alrighty. And I had to reboot the stream briefly because it had froze up a little bit on me. Okay. So my guys way off in the distance do look a little bit more like squares, but on the bright side I can see them. And these close-up asteroids all appear to be very, very round indeed. Even the ones way off in the distance appear very, very round indeed. So that is not actually correct. We'll keep fooling with it until it does what I want. So distance 2 gets divided by a lot. I can shift that as well, I think. I bet I don't need to divide distance by that much. Looks like everybody is still very high resolution. So, see if we can quit. See what happens when we use the same value as the bots. That is, it's divided by a smaller number, so it's going to make distance become larger, but it's capped at 256. Is audio gone? Why would audio be gone? I did not turn off audio, and audio is still showing. Okay, we're chugging a bit. I feel like I could resize some of these. Let's go up into this corner and see what happens. So this is the thing I was talking about, where they will start appearing through here. And as they come out, they might come out in a sort of square or cubical form. Or possibly not. Ooh. These all look excessively round, so I do believe I can do more with regard to this. But there's something else. Also, I should, well, no, never mind. Bear with me. I think I have a chance. Okay, good. I think I can go and find sand, even though I don't know, I'm not getting any hints as to where it is. That's because sand is one of the textures that is a very consistent. Oh, although there's one downside to this, though. Sand is a very consistent pattern. It'll be hanging out largely in one space, and I know what the color is of it. The downside is there's only one of it. If there was a bunch of it, I'd be able to see them sort of hanging out in the same place, but there's only one sand. Some of its colors are kind of like these. I think I'm too far off in this direction. But if I can find it, then you get to see what happens when all of these guys try to mob me. That might be amusing. Amusing enough that it's worth doing it, even though I do not have my toolkit for being able to actually play this game. I'm supposed to be able to fire little zaps by clicking the mouse, and it will help me determine where to go. But I don't have that engaged, not yet. So I basically have to find sand by checking out color alone, which means I'm going to find ones that I know have color similar to sand. Oh, look, that was a more pixelated one. That was less polys. That's kind of what I wanted to be able to see happening. Mind you, these asteroids are all very high poly still. But yeah, sand should be in an area with other yellow spots. These ones are colored more vividly. Sand should really be hanging out. See, I know it's not those because those are going in a pair. You see them doing their thing. That's why I have them synchronized in that way. But sand should be all by itself. Could this one be it? Surely not. Although one thing about it is it's not moving very fast, but the sand shouldn't be moving at all. It's almost always exactly the same color. It's a very uniform. I do not know if what I'm attempting is actually possible. There's another pair. The one I'm looking for should be staying mostly in the same place. This looks like green territory here. I don't want to be here. And it keeps making me go off to the side, which I don't really appreciate. But I mean, at least my level of detail stuff is working better. Ah, okay, here is an area with some yellow ones. I might be in with a chance here. I also think that sand is not so close to the edge of the universe that it's going to be constantly phasing in and out. Oh. Well, there are some that are trying to go into the asteroid. So that's another thing that's going to tend to happen, is if they're trying to go to a spot and an asteroid is in the way, they will be shoving it. They'll be going boink, boink, boink on the surface. Kind of like that. I see one. I see one over here. That's not sand. It's moving around too much. But yeah, basically try to find the one. So what I really need to be able to do is query them. What query means is I shoot these little zaps at it, at which point if it hits one of those spots, and I have some of the collision ready for that, what'll happen is it will fire a zap in the direction of where it last saw one that looked like me. And it'll be checking that on the same kind of engine that everything is running on. That's a green one. That's not at all what I'm looking for. Excuse me. I am losing confidence that I'm going to be... It would be so cool to... Well, you know, one thing I could do is maybe dial it back just a hair. What would I need to change about these? This all seems fine. So I can probably have distance to go up to a larger number. So if I divide it by a smaller amount, it will go up to a larger number. Same for these guys, but they don't really need it. We can but try. There, now they match. We'll do a moderately less intense level, but still with lots of them. And then we'll see whether we can get lucky and hit one where I recognize the bot by its name. Tie-dye. Okay, we have a problem. Oop. Look there. Some of them are very low res now. That's very high res, but probably not for long. it's not updating much. Approach it again. Still looks round. So how close do I have to get to these to have them actually update and become spheres again? Because it ain't working. Also, I did just change the asteroid code, so what's that going to give me? Not as much as I thought. Okay, so time to go back. We'll have that one's maximum be larger. And we'll just continue to tweak these things and see what we can get out of them. And if I'm lucky, I will hit one where I recognize with optical hell. Okay, that's another one that's going to be real hyperactive. Well, I'm starting in the middle. If I beat feet for the top corner so that I'm as far away as possible from the asteroids at the far distance, maybe that's working? And then scoot through so that I can see what the asteroids look on the other side. Okay, that changed in detail. So the idea is right up close, we've got lots of super high resolution, and then we go through this corner and we see the lower res ones. And that's accurate. There's lots and lots of them, so, and then the bot should be doing the same. Here's some red guys that are all hanging out. Okay, to some extent, they're zipping up in size as they get closer. It's just not enough. Okay, so here's the direction we're going. Rock rough distance divided by perhaps less than 8. Although we're doing pretty good. Or simply bump up our maximum some more. Let's not worry about that. That comment was back from when we weren't even doing min. Then, but position distance squared 2. They shouldn't be squished as small. And they should be more lenient. And now let's see where we got from that. I don't love how if I go at an angle, it starts making me shoot upwards rather than just over. The whole behavior of that stuff is not great. I don't know quite what to do about it, but I know where it is happening. Okay, so if I see guys coming through the walls, they should be at their lowest resolution. I'm just not seeing as many of them in this corner because this is a fairly untraveled corner. So Okay, and they're appearing through here as very low res guys. That's basically fine. It's okay for them to be low res. They're going low res kind of rapidly though, but long as I dial that back just a little bit so they don't become the cubes with pyramids on their heads, it should still be fine. They don't always need to be very high res. Now let's have a look at the, okay. Now the one right in front of me should be low res when I come back through. Little bit. Little tiny bit. Okay. Maybe instead of that, we just defined this as a different minimum. Like 5 rings, 9 segments. I bet it can do that just fine. Rough distance. Make rough distance even smaller again. But allow it to go farther off. And then this stuff, we can go back to dividing that by 4. We don't actually have to always have it be in shifting of bits mode, but I can if I want. My hope is that it's able to figure that stuff out better. I could be wrong. Alrighty, looking good so far. Also, I am beginning to see an angular look to some of these guys off in the distance. That will help on these extremely high levels. Oh, and I am being asked to seek deep blue. That means it's probably in one place. That means I can probably find it. Nice. That's handy. So let's see whether we can win the game on expert mode with no ability to refer to literally anything. I am seeing the bots keep their forms and shapes a little better than before. If I go up to this top corner, we can do the going through the corner thing again. Technically, if I see guys appear in, okay, there's another one. I may be able to see them in their low poly form coming through the opposite side of the world. Although again, there is a tweak I can do for that. I don't get how some of those guys seem to be going off into the distance like that. How can that be? Shouldn't they be forced to teleport? Am I counting wrongly somehow? Look, here comes one now. Okay, you should not be hanging around there, much less be over there. You need to be teleporting to the opposite side of the world. Oh, but it... How is it that you can see these guys here and you go through, like they are not supposed to go off into the distance like that. That's a problem. How many directions can they do that? Look, there's two more. Oh, except for one eventually disappeared. There went another. They're just not reacting to that very quickly. That's weird. I'm getting distracted. I had a purpose, and the purpose was to find whatever deep blue is. That's probably a darker one. My frame rate's behaving fairly well now. I don't know why these guys are going through the surfaces. They're not supposed to be able to do that. They're supposed to wink out of existence as they go past these big areas. And a lot of times they do, but then some of the time they're not. And if they don't disappear as they go past this, then I can't chase them because I can only go within this range. So let's see, those look green. So this would be the green plane. So which plane is maximum blue? Well, I see some blue on that one. Still very much green. Oh. Well, that's a blue colored, but is that the one? Where did you go? I bumped it and nothing happened. No, I'm bumping it and nothing's happening. Oh, also there's a matching one. That proves it's not the one I want. Also, what are bright red ones doing over here? And that looks like it's on the opposite side of the universe. It's not supposed to be able to do that. We've got a number of bugs to fix here. So is deep blue one of these? Wasn't that? Deep blue could be one of these really dark colors. If so, it'll probably end up bonking into me by accident in a moment. That's a pair, so that couldn't be it. These ones are not it. They're a sort of violet color. Who's going in which direction? What did I just see? I do appreciate how their polygonal natures are doing a little better. So clearly deep blue doesn't mean literal dark black. Those are a pair. That's not only blue. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. Dang it. I wanted to see, maybe I can just run again until I get a more serviceable situation. I'll pull it back to the 600 that I was able to run before. I'm not quite sure what we're doing here. What happens if we do this? It's going to be less rocks, I know that. Getting about time for thawing out tacos and everything. Okay, if we do this, we don't have any asteroids. Curious. Alrighty. Well then. Alrighty then, now what do we get? We're going to get a very large number of rocks, I'll tell you. That's going to be a very big number of rocks. But I can scale it. Oh yeah. So that's a busy scenario. The Great Asteroid Field. See, what I really want to do is have small rocks derping around as if they are as agile as the bots. What I don't have is much of a difference between the two, and that's concerning me. Scaling seems fine. Well, we can multiply more. So we can do that times 2 and times 4. Which is going to work the same here. Oh, I don't have the same math this time. Let's see what we got. Okay. That's a lot busier. And my question simply is, can I have the giant ones not rotating or barely rotating? And I bet you I can come up with a way. I want them to be very visually distinct as to which ones are large and which ones are tiny. And I feel like maybe it's almost true that that is happening because some of these don't appear to be moving as much. What's throwing me is they all appear to be huge, and that seems weird. Why don't I have any little tiny guys? You know what, I can have the velocity of the big fellas not go that far. That's fine. I like the angular velocity going, but what kind of differences can I get going here? And why am I not seeing rock sizes of 1? Ooh, also we're having some problems, aren't we? What's going on here? Oh, hi, I don't want to do that. .cs line 119. Yeah, let's not do that. Rough distance, it better not be 0. No, you settle down. That's not what I meant at all. Oh, I know a better idea. Let's just make it always be 1. Alrighty. There, now it should run a little happier. I still don't know why I'm not seeing rock sizes of 1. That's irritating to me. Alrighty. Some of them are big, not rotating or moving. Oh, they all started out moving and now they're all very still. Not awesome. Let's go and make sure that the other one also doesn't have that same problem. We should be able to block that. We should also be able to have a rock size of 1. So maybe it's because we're calling it from here. So it starts out this big. Maybe I don't need it to be quite that big. we create a bunch of them like this. And then we subtract 1. Our limit is 1. And then we continue to go. Well, I could move that up to here. Then I can be sure I have a bunch of these, and we'll just see where that goes. Ooh, also, we may be filling up all of the total rocks before we ever actually get to the size of 1 this way. That's interesting. So, if we were gonna scale that differently, how would that go? Because what's happening is, the reason I'm not getting any tiny ones is because we're not actually scaling down by fast enough. So rock size minus equals 1 is not necessarily what I want. We can just chop them in half each time. Or no, that'll make it more. Golden ratio. But we can't do it like that. But maybe we can do that. But then we're going to have to cast it and then cast it again. Or maybe we can just do that. No, apparently not. Okay. We'll cast it, then we'll cast it again, and then we will be able to what? Oh, come on. Well, that at least looks like it'll work. Although it is claiming that it doesn't need any of this. Alrighty. Now I've got another problem. Dang it. Let's try something completely else. You can do that, right? So now if we have a very large rock size, rather than just stepping down by 1, we start stepping down faster. Let's see what this does to the behavior. Might be enough all by itself. We shall see. And then we'll see some of the additional behavior looked for. Okay. Hey, there's one of the itty-bitty ones. Just as I'd hoped. Did I miss it? I totally missed it. Bunk. Oh, and not only that, I can't knock it in a direction. You know why? Because it is stuck at a fixed speed. But this is still kind of cool. Oh, and our geometry is more challenging now because the smaller ones are not getting enough polygons. But we do know how to fix that. And I'm very frustrated by my directional control. Okay, so we're making lots of tiny guys now. So let's just quit out of there. And instead of that, we are going to count by rock size. So rather than not having many of those, now we are going to have more of the big fellas and less of the smaller ones. And that might just work out nicely. We shall see. Okay. We have got many fewer of them now. And they're all a lot smaller. And when we back away, they will all turn into super low poly and then bounce back. Okay. Need to be able to scale up a little bit bigger. You can double it. That's going to give me more and bigger, but not quite as many as there were when we started. But we're in the right general vicinity here. Okay. That kind of worked. Ooh, look at all of the lilac colored ones. We've got a whole cluster of these guys hanging around. And our LOD stuff is working fairly well. One downside, though, everybody is completely and totally motionless. Maybe because they are all too huge. Like, I'm not completely sure they're motionless, but they're a lot more motionless than I would like. And I'd like to find out why. And I'd also like to instantiate a bunch more of them, but that's as maybe. How were they able to go through the wall like that? Is it just that they're not reloading their... I'll figure all of these things out in time. However, one thing I'm going to do is throw another log on the fire, do a little bit of a pit stop, the types that somebody might need to do if they do a really long live stream. And let's see, it's 14 minutes past me needing to turn on my oven time. You can't all be zingers. This is a bit of a grind, but it's no matter. We do what we can. That ought to work. Hey, I'm back. So yeah, ain't nothing moving. That seems weird. Why is nothing moving? I mean, these guys are moving, but I knew that. Of course, they wouldn't be moving. Here's a little bitty tiny asteroid. Is that moving? It's rotating. And it's very gradually moving. Up, and here's another one. That's moving, but even more slowly. Okay, I see how this is going. So we've just scaled up the size of the asteroids too big. So there's a couple of things I was thinking about. And this is one of them. So that ought to work. And this subtracting business does appear like it's working. So we do get to add one of these. Technically, we also need to if we do that, then we have an accurate count. That's going to change the numbers of everything. Probably by making there be way fewer of the big fellows. Also, things started moving and then just stopped. So alrighty then, more space, less rocks. In theory, there'll still be some tiny ones. Don't quite know where they're going to be at. Okay, I feel like I miscalculated this a little bit, but we can adjust. If instead our numbers are just by default very large, yep, and we start moving and then stop. So basically what I need to do is take the original values up, and I see now we have some of our little tiny ones, and they are able to move. And our level of detail crushing does appear to be pretty effective. Arguably too effective, but what the hey. sort of starting to come together. This is too static. More needs to be happening. So we'll leave that alone for the moment. Jump over here maybe. Here's our initial values. So let's, oh no, but we're not assigning random numbers, are we? So times 2 and times 4 divided by rock size. Ah, okay, I see what happened. So if we do that, that needs to be 4 and 8 though, because we're not normalizing. Instead, we are just 0.5 to 0.5. So that'll put it into the zone. And let's see, linear velocity, math square root, rock size. Are we doing the same thing here? No, we're not. Oh, but that's times, not minus. Hmm. Hmm. Well, alrighty then. Times 2 times 4 divided by rock size. Normalized will go up to a 1 in any given direction. Times 4 times 8 divided by rock size. Let's see where that gets. It's always something. You know, my heart is kind of set on okay, some of those are rotating and some of them are not. Ones that are sufficiently large are supposed to, oh. Well, that's weird. What does it think it's doing? Why would it be changing speed like that? Well, I bumped that one and then it speeded up and then it slowed down. Something's funny here. Bim. And this one simply looks stationary. But it's not. I hit it and it moved more, except for then it's chugging. It's not stable. It's not keeping the same rate. Huh. Oh, look, here's a tiny one. What, does it not have a collider? No, it does, but it's being forced into a speed. It's going and finding new directions all the time. Okay. Here's what we got to do. And then if I put this in parens, I can do length on it. Oh, and we need to have all of that be there. So things can move faster. This can be its own case statement. Wait a moment. What even is angular velocity normalized? No? I guess it works though. Hey, we actually want it to be 4, but that's not too shabby. I just need to correct these bits now. Alrighty, and then we need to have that run a little more often. Also, I don't need all these comments. And there was something I wanted to do with rough distance. That's not it. So in this case, I have to type everything by hand because no way the autocomplete has any idea what I'm doing. Oh, well, thank you, ID117. So I got to just keep going because it has no idea what I'm even after. Oh, and I have to hit math. I was using something else. So absolute rough distance minus world size divided by 2 means that if we wrap around so the distance is more than halfway, it starts getting less again. Correct? In theory, that'll work. The idea is if rough distance is a very small amount, well then minus int world size by 2, that becomes a very negative number, then plus world size divided by 2 puts it right back again. Or actually, no, I am becoming a little more confused, but it may be fine. So let's think this through. I know what I'm trying to do. I don't know whether it will do it. So if you're at 1 and the distance 2 is also at 1, and let's pretend your rough distance is like 1, then minus world size divided by 2 means you're a really big negative number, then it becomes a really big positive number, and I guess then what I'm going to do is subtract world size divided by 2 again, rather than add it. So let's see whether that makes any sense. On the other hand, if you are at 0 and then rough distance is world size, I may have the abs in the wrong place. In fact, I think I probably do. Okay, so here's where it gets tricky and messy. I'm trying to make it so that if I subtract literally half world size, then the end result is going to be next to nothing, and then add it back, and it becomes, so I was correct about that in the first place. We end up having the original value back. So let's see whether maybe it wants to be more like this. So we start doing that. And so if rough distance is exactly halfway, then we're subtracting that and then adding it again. If rough distance is nothing, maybe I need 2 abscesses. If rough distance is 0, we subtract world size divided by 2, and then immediately add it again. If rough distance is world size, then what do we get? We get world size minus, okay, so I think it actually is making coherent sense. I do believe I've got an extra paren in here, though. Or at least an extra paren in here. So that no longer makes sense. And that makes me sad. That no longer makes sense. Because it's just putting it back. Okay, so We're trying to make it so if rough distance is, in fact, world size divided by 2, it is at its largest. Do I need to do a double abs? Tell me I don't need to do a double abs. We're doing a double abs. So what goes on? So if it's 0, it's become its largest number. If it's world size, it's become half world size. Do I simply have these reversed? I think maybe I have these reversed. Give me a second. Okay. So if it's like that, then our absolute value means that we're starting with world size divided by 2. If it's 0, then it's minus 0, so it's world size divided by 2. So then that becomes I'm trying to work this out. I am trying to work this out so hardcore. I'm glad there's only 4 people to watch my shame at not being able to think of these simple things. This is not a complicated thing. This is a simple thing. It's just that it's been a long day. Okay, so let's pretend world size is 1024. So we can be anywhere from 0 to 1024. 512 minus 0 is 512. So if rough distance is that, then it's 512, in which case we don't need to add a damn thing. Okay, so where are we at? Oh my God, this is such a mess. 0, 512, 1024. That's the idea. And we need to make it so that both 0 and 1024 end up being 0. It'll go up to 512, assuming that world size is 1024. And then it'll go back down to 0 again. Because if you're on the opposite side of the world, maybe your level of detail needs to be really high because you're about to teleport through the sides of the world. Or at least that's the concept. So 512 minus so wait. Multiple abs, sure enough. So 512 minus 0, that gives you 512. Minus 512 again in an absolute value, that gives you 0. 512 minus 1024 gives you a negative 512, except for it's positive 512. So minus 512, and that gives you 0. 512 minus 0, that gives you, hang on, 512 again. Oh boy. I'm getting so stuck on this simple thing, but it's only 15 minutes until taco time, and I swear to you, today it looks like I'm going to be shutting down at 5. I can't foresee wrapping my brain around this one any longer. I'm running out of steam big time. It's fine. The regular work that I'm doing is going okay. This is just becoming a spectacularly stupid thing. Well, you know what I could do? You like this so much, why don't we put it in bot as well? It will at least be forced to be at least 1. And let's see what it did. That's supposed to make stuff 512 or half world distance away from you be low res. I see a low res off in the distance. Let's go scope out where the dark bots are hanging out. So we're supposed to get to high res like this, and in fact we are. The motion part of it is also working okay. And now if we look through here, what we see is that we've got an asteroid field. That's what we wanted. Everything is kind of moving at its own rate. I wanted everything to sort of slowly be moving. Stuff in the middle distance looks kind of low res-ish to me. And then here's the trick. If I go through here, this stuff was supposed to be very much high res, but it's actually not. That's a bit of a concern. So we still struggle in, I'm going to make a comment suggesting that that bit in there was maybe not helpful. But we do have something happening, and things are actually snapping into the resolutions they need to have. So at least that is kind of showing signs of wanting to be cooperative. That's cool. I like the wanting to be cooperative part. Let's punt this guy around. Bump. I still don't know why bots are seemingly heading way off into the distance over there rather than immediately teleporting from one side of the universe to the next. But, you know, it's fine. Then drop it down to level 100. And let's see what a more normal level setting acts and feels like. Our world is much smaller than it was, which seems legit. After all, if you're going to do 600 levels, you must expect things to get a little unhinged. And our level of visual activity also seems basically good. Now what I need to do is instancing. And everybody gets instancing. These objects, these asteroids, everything gets phantoms off in every direction. Because that's just how we need to roll. That way there's a whole chain of those guys going in that direction. Just like that one that I just bunted through here. It's bouncing into other guys, and everything goes bouncing in every direction. And then you have it coming through the wall right there. Except for now, it's coming through the ceiling. Well, it ought to be. That's what it was meant to do. This would be quite a bit more interesting if I am able to spawn new rocks by shooting the existing rocks and get my aim stuff working a little bit better. Because then it'll get real crowded in here. Here's a little bitty. I think I just knocked it literally down. Nope, I knocked it over that away. If we could steer rather than just floating like an actual spaceship in the direction that we went, this would be more manageable. I wonder whether that would be worth trying to do. As fun as this is, my aim is not all that splendid. There he is. That's the one I was just beating up. So there should be a whole series of these guys sort of in every direction. And that'll make this whole area look much more busy. There'll be this endless series of stuff. I had that before, but it was by producing so many extra nodes. And the extra nodes were impeding matters a great deal. I need to do it by instancing. Yep, see, there's the same one. And we can even step it back a little bit. Oh yeah, no, I'm going to be very interested in that. I believe I can figure out some of the gist of it. And then if we have a very small number of level, our world is actually quite small, but look, we still have a pretty decent number of asteroids in the way. So instance these in a dense little world the size of this box, and that should make things a lot more interesting. And this is such a low level that I can probably even find shades of green. I bet that's shades of green. Where'd you go? That's Deco Agrophotoelectro. I just didn't recognize it first. There's shades of green. Definitely gonna have to get this to steer better. I think my Twitch abilities are good enough to be able to hit this if I could steer. I can't steer, but we got there. So here's everybody trying to orbit me through all of the rocks. I was trying so hard to get this to happen for a much larger level so that there would be so many of these guys all hovering around. I did not succeed in doing that. But next is instancing so that we can return to the original look that I had in a very wasteful way. And on that note, I am going to stop hacking away on this because otherwise I will completely lose track of time and everything. Which is not to say I may actually continue fussing with it. Oh, and look, I tried to make a thread and I haven't done a damn thing with it. Interesting. Bet you anything if I delete this, it still runs. Did I do the same thing in bot? No, I did not. Only in rock. Don't mind me still fussing. Yeah, I made a thing called thread and I did nothing with it. So that's for another day. For today, I will call it a day, and I'm going to go off and have my tacos. I've got more plugin work to do, but that's going along pretty well. I've put a lot of hours into that, and I hope to have some of this instancing stuff figured out. I guess what I was doing was fun enough in its own way, and we'll see how all that goes in future. With a bit of luck, I made a little progress in some kind of direction. I think when I started, I didn't have the rock situation worked out nearly as well, so there is that. Anyhow, talk to you later. Bye-bye.